in my mind, I'm looking at this like those are just like those numbers have been there this whole time. Like all of a sudden they line up to I don't know some weird date or something. Yeah, but no, it was just Nintendo World Championships, which if it's already, I don't really. I was trying to recall when a Nintendo game has like first been leaked by the ESRB, like it's come up. I feel like that really does not happen often. Like this is kind of uncommon, actually.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is this might be a Twitter announcement next week. They might just drop it on there, and it's like here's this $30 or $40 game because I think PRO had mentioned that it's
30.
It's not NSO, which to me massively missed opportunity. I think this would have been a really cool NSO game where you could do almost like how you have Tetris 99, where you bring all these people together and they try to do these. They play Tetris together. In this case, it could be a whole challenge run thing where everyone's just doing these challenges in the high score ones or something like that. That feels like that would have been a really cool benefit to add. But if it's like a $30 or $40 game, as kind of being mentioned here, it's at least not a 60. I don't know.
It seems like NES Remix. If you played those, it seems like
those are fun games. For what they were.
Yeah, like a new take on that. So that's what it seems like. It's like NES Remix for the Switch.
It very deflating, I think, for a lot of people out there to see this.
Deflating, dude. It was
Really?
it was ridiculous. The whole thing was ridiculous. Like when I saw the cartridge, I was like, "All right, what's he teasing here?" And I kind of looked at the cartridge, and I was thinking to myself, "Is this anything beyond just an NWC type game?" Yeah, I mean, I was looking at all the old games that were on the NWC cartridge, like Red Racer. And all those old games. And I thought maybe they're just going to make a compilation of the old games on the NWC cartridge. And we don't know what the games are going to be, of course. So I'm still, guessing here, but I figured that's what they were going to do with this.
Yeah, my theory was leading into the idea of NSO being tied in, but I guess not. That's the only thing where I'm like, it could have been cool. But who knows? Maybe it's a really good compilation of challenges and stuff for these older games, and $30 isn't terrible. So
NES Remix was awesome. So
it was.
Yeah,
I liked it.
This should definitely have full on. I assume this is gonna have full online. I say assume because I still can't play Strikers online with 4 people. But either way, I assume this is going to lead into the online game fight stuff. So that can actually be really fun. So we'll see how that turns out. I feel like this is something they announce around their investors meeting. It's like, oh, here's on Twitter. There you go. We got another game coming up. Maybe it's like July or something. So they have to stretch that a little further before they start going big, I assume. So, yep, I'll look for that next week. See what happens. Let me go over to Anonymouster. This is also saying, should Steam get involved in funding game developers or publishers so that PC ports are created better? No, this is constantly about PC games. PC ports, I don't know if it's just me. I feel like they've gotten worse. Is that just me?
I don't really play PC ports enough, John, to really give a good take on that. I mean, the last game on the PC I played was actually Redfall. And I will say, compared to the Xbox version, it was way better. Actually, that's not true. Starfield was the last game I played on PC. And compared to the Xbox version, it was still way better. But it had a lot of issues, especially with regards to frame rate. There was no DLSS implementation at the time, it was LSR. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, it was probably a port that was still maybe not ideal, not optimal. But I don't really play PC games enough to give an accurate kind of take on that for the most part.
The last 2 PC games I played were Persona 3 Reload, and that seemed pretty good. And then I played Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and that was definitely better on PC than it was on PS5. Like, it was absolutely better on PC. So I guess from what I played, it seems like PC's okay. But once again, I don't play a ton either. So
I think a questionable PC part. I'm trying to think, other than like Dragon's Dogma, which was so hit or miss if it was even going to function on PC. Dude, the Avatar game, it made my computer sound like it was going to explode. That game beat up my GPU at like a 3080 Ti, and I was like, wow, this thing is like cooking this video card.
I think Hellblade 2 is going to be the same.
Yeah, they put the system requirements out. And I was looking at it like, wow,
Yeah.
this game is pretty demanding.
John, did you notice what was missing from those system requirements? The
I
target
didn't
frame
think
rate.
about, I didn't think about frame rate.
Isn't
Yeah,
They didn't say anything about target frame rate.
that's going to be interesting if the game comes out that's capped at 30 on PC.
And if the very high specs require, what was it, a 4080? The very high?
Yes. Yeah, it looked again. It looked like you needed some pretty significant hardware to run that game at like decent fidelity levels.
I gotta say that I don't know about Hellblade 2. Hopefully, the PC version is up to snuff. We'll see.
I see for very high. So this is high graphics preset 4K. You're right. It's a 4080 Ryzen 5 5700X or a i5 12600K. 16 gigabytes RAM, 12 gigabytes of VRAM. So you're gonna need a bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be interesting. Those benchmarks are gonna be fun. So we'll see. We'll see. I am curious about the frame rate, MG. You're right, because if it's got to be locked at 30. So I need the cinematic experience.
I thought it was 60 on PC.
For Hellblade 2.
Yeah.
We'll see. Hey, if it's I don't know. I don't like that. I need the cinematic experience. Maybe we gotta go 24 frames on it. We'll see. We'll see. But that's out soon. A couple weeks, we'll probably see review codes and stuff go out for people to try it, and then we'll go from there. Let's go over to, while we're on the topic of Xbox, let's talk about their showcase that's coming up, and then some. And we had some wild Xbox discourse the past couple of days about them even leaning into third party more. Even though I feel like we've had that discussion multiple times now, but we do have their showcase is coming out June 9th. So they will have it 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Do you think Silk Song's going to be there?
Oh god.
That's
No.
some hard-hitting questions tonight.
Hey,
No.
somebody's eventually got to show this thing, right? We're about to go into a summer or a
Right.
2-month period now where we should have these showcases all over the place. Ubisoft's going to do their forward. Capcom will probably do one. I don't know if EA will. We'll see. But we're at least going to have the major platform holders do something. So some song has to show. Maybe it's a summer game
Doesn't it?
fest, but
It doesn't have to do anything, John. It doesn't have to do anything. I don't think it's going to be there, Josie.
Really?
oh,
Yeah.
man. Wow.
So it's just like, you don't think it's coming out this year?
It's probably coming out this year at some point, but I don't think they're going to talk about it at the
Here's
showcase.
the better question. Do they need any of these shows, or can Team Cherry come out and say, hey, there's a Silk Song showcase next week. Be there.
I was thinking the exact same
That'd be
thing.
crazy.
I think they kind of could get away with that.
I would call my shot if I was them. I would do it.
They do have a Game Pass deal, though, so maybe they are still tied to Xbox for marketing
Mhm.
around that. But that was a while ago. That was like 2 years ago now. So
Xbox is like, don't worry, it's coming out this year.
Well, everything you see here is coming out in the next 12 months, except for
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff.
Except for most of it.
I think I actually don't think that'd be a bad idea. Even if I was Microsoft, I might let them do it themselves. Just be like, put the Game Pass logo up while you're doing it too. Let's do that. But that I think they can do it now. I think it has become this mythical thing that is impossible to live up to those hopes and dreams. So let them do it themselves. It's the anticipation runs you. And every time there's an indie showcase, every game is legitimately called for the chat "Where Silk Song." That's what every game is titled. So
what if you didn't like the original that much?
that's a hot take.
MG.
Oh, you see this? Just
It was all right, but
No, I'm not a Hollow Knight girl either, so.
it wasn't my favorite like game or anything. It was okay.
I really like Hollow Knight. I thought it was still.
Really? Why?
It's
It's a really good Metroidvania. It's a really good Metroidvania game. It's got super precise controls. Movement is very good. Whenever you make a mistake, it's your fault. It's not like you're bumbling with the controls at all. Great platforming challenges. Lots of content for how cheap the game is. Pretty cool character design and stuff like that. It's simple, but good. The art style is fantastic. Music is okay, not bad. But I love the extra challenge, like all the content that you get in the game, and like the bosses. The bosses are challenging. It's a interesting game to kind of navigate and go through. So yeah, a lot of good stuff about Hollow Knight.
I've never played it for more than 20 minutes. I actually need to give it a shot.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to really get going. Like once you start, kind of like getting some more health and
Yeah.
find some of the other bosses in there and not getting lost. Like I got lost. So
Josie, you like Dread, right?
Yes.
You should play Prince of Persia. Now that is a good Metroidvania. If
Yes.
you like Dread, you will like Prince.
So what do you do?
Let's say you have a dog, as pictured here, myself and my childhood dog, Sebastian. Now you like to let this dog go out in the backyard so he can do his business, get some fresh air. There's a little spot in your backyard where the dog can escape. And initially, you're going to be like trying to train him, be like, hey, don't go over there, dog. But really, eventually, you're going to have to look in the mirror and be like, hey, I probably need to fix this problem and, make it so that the dog cannot get out. Now, I know what you're saying to yourself. Well, RGT, a dog is not as smart as a person. But to that, I say, is that really the case? I mean, just scroll through Twitter and you could see a lot of people that are probably not as intelligent as dogs. But I say that analogy to say, eventually, you have to take responsibility for things like this. But Nintendo never seemed to get that memo because this company has everything always leak early for their games. Yesterday, we talked about the situation with the Nintendo Switch Online playtest, which was allegedly a new feature. I'm not sure how a new game is kind of a feature, but maybe it's going to be something that is integrated in there. We talked about the leaks, and it's just funny to me because they had 10,000 people sign up for this to get in. You had to be a Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack member. But they also said, hey, you can't talk about this. You can't talk about what's going on here. And they honestly thought that of those 10,000 people, nobody was going to talk. Of course, the download for the program, which goes live, I believe, tomorrow on Wednesday for people who got into the play test, the link for the download went up, and of course, there was information with it. And people immediately took pictures, screenshots, talked about it, all of this sort of stuff. And Nintendo got mad at that. They said, no, that's a bad boy. Like, not thinking that this was going to happen, creating a bunch of secrecy for something, when in reality, you probably didn't need to do that. I feel like if you would have came out and said what this was initially, right from the jump, you wouldn't have this aura of mystery to it. But it goes beyond just those pictures and those screenshots. Because like I said, people were able to download it for access on tomorrow, on Wednesday. But the download has actually already been data mined completely. As in, people know like what you do in the game and what sort of stuff you unlock. There are literal soundtrack, music tracks, full tracks from this game that are now available online to listen to before the playtest even launches. Now, you can get mad at the dog, but at some point you have to look in the mirror and realize, hey, why does this keep happening to us? Why does this keep happening to us and literally only us? So if you want all the information on that, I'm not going to spoil things, but it's already all over the internet for your consumption pleasure. But this goes beyond just the Nintendo Switch Online playtest. Because Nintendo's next big game is, of course, Mario and Luigi Brothership. And I'm gonna give you a guess as to what happened with that. The game comes out in around 2 weeks or so, but I'm gonna give you a guess as to what's going on with that. Anyone? Bueller. Oh, what's that? I think I heard someone say the game has already leaked online, and guess what? You are 100% correct. Because physical copies started popping up. People were taking pictures of them. We learned that, like, the developer behind the game who worked with Nintendo, we learned that it's an Unreal Engine game. And it's kind of funny because some people are like, oh, that's why the game looks so good. But I don't know. It depends what version of Unreal Engine you're using. And that doesn't an engine doesn't dictate whether a game looks good or not. I think the game looks blurry. It looks like an N64 game with anti-aliasing cranked all the way up. But I guess maybe once I get it in my hands, it'll look a little bit different. But people got access to these physical copies. And then guess what? The game dumped online. So try to avoid spoilers, I guess, kids, for the next 2 weeks, because Nintendo's latest game has already dumped online weeks before the game is going to come out. So people are already playing it. People will probably already have beaten it by like tomorrow. Maybe they're super dedicated and they really enjoy the franchise. So once again, what does Nintendo do in situations like this? They try to go after individuals instead of turning that mirror and looking at it and being like, well, why does this keep happening to us and only us? You don't hear about this sort of stuff with PlayStation. You don't hear about this sort of stuff with Xbox. It never happens to those companies. And really, it's kind of weird because Nintendo didn't really have this problem on the console side of things until this generation. You know, this kind of stuff wasn't happening right off the jump with like the Wii U, and you could say, well, it's because nobody cared about the Wii U. But the Wii U didn't have issues like this. The Wii ended up getting issues like this, but much later on down the road as far as being able to modify your Wii U system. But the Nintendo Switch is more of a hybrid system. You know, it has that handheld thing, that handheld side to it. And Nintendo handhelds have always dealt with stuff like this. And in the pre-internet era, you know, what are you going to do? I guess you could do system revisions and stuff like that quietly happen to try and thwart that, like they kind of did with this system. But still, you now have emulators. You now have PCs that are able to run your games at
SportsCenter.
Yes, it is. SportsCenter with Matt Berry and Christine Williamson. If you missed what Aaron Rodgers had to say about his energy level and the state of the Jets last hour on the Pat McAfee Show, don't worry, we've got you in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's some interesting stuff on Rodgers today from McAfee as well. A lot of talk about the Ravens after their 41-point performance on Monday Night Football. Should Derrick Henry be in the MVP conversation? What is Lamar doing to elevate his game to an even higher level? We'll get to those questions this hour.
Yes, and the NBA season tips tonight. What will it take for the Celtics to run it back this season, and why there will be more than history made when LeBron and Bronny take the court together in Los Angeles.
But we start with Jerry Jones back in the spotlight for another Tuesday, talking about the Cowboys missing out on Derrick Henry this offseason and how he reacted to being questioned last week on that very radio show. It's new on SportsCenter.
I don't have anything to say about last week. Tell you, I'm surprised that last week got the attention it got. You're going to ask me again, how come when Henry was available and right here in Dallas said we didn't get him? And I will tell you, the same kind of question is one that my wife might ask me of 60-something years. Why did you do that? And I said, well, I really don't know why I did that. The devil made me do it. We're not playing very good football right now at all. And it's beyond whether or not we have Derrick Henry or not. Derrick Henry is having a career year. I don't know if he'd be having that career year in our situation. Derrick Henry didn't fit because principally of managing the cap.
Oh, what a difference a week makes as we bring in NFL analyst Tommy Foxworth and Jeff Saturday. I mean, it was kind of an apology, but not really an apology.
No.
And then blamed it on his wife. Dominic, I'll start with you. Cowboys are last in the league in running the football. They let go of Tony Pollard. You hear him say Derrick Henry wouldn't fit with what they're doing. Just give me your whole reaction to everything you heard from Derrick.
Yeah, the devil made him do that. I wish he better holler at the devil to stop the run. He better find somebody to get in there and do that. I think the most difficult thing about listening to Jerry is it seems like the thoughts aren't all connected, and sometimes we all get ahead of ourselves and start talking fast, but none of it completely makes sense. And the real bad part about the Derrick Henry decision is you can't point to some other place where they did improve their roster in the offseason. So I could understand you don't want to use that money on Derrick Henry because you used it to solidify your linebackers or defensive line, or you used it to get yourself some good offensive or some better offensive linemen or something like that, another weapon, another number two. That's the problem is it's fine to not get Derrick Henry, but what did you get? What did you do to improve this roster?
I totally agree. I mean, you spoke like somebody who's actually thought about it. And I do not understand what Jerry thinks he's helping by getting on the radio and saying this stuff, talking about, manage it and by the cap. It's just craziness. Like, what he would have played for would have paid for itself 100 times. I know he said he wouldn't be having a career year. That's probably true, but he'd have more yards than what you got now, and he would sure help Dak Prescott and help CeeDee Lamb and help Ferguson be a lot more explosive. And that's just not what's happening with the running backs they have right now. It's just an embarrassment. Gary just needs to say, hey, my bad. I messed it up. I'll fix it next year because there's nothing I can do about it right now.
So quickly on that, because everyone wants to blame Mike McCarthy, but Jerry's the team owner and he's the general manager. Doesn't it start there?
Well, I would say it starts there from a roster collection. But once you got those guys in the building, the head coach should have had some say. I mean, he's got to have some, hey, we're going to have to get another guy, get somebody a little more spicy in the backfield, whatever you need, whatever you have to say to get your offense running the way it should run. Mike McCarthy's had some really highly productive offenses with Kalen Moore, and then obviously last year when he's calling it. But man, it looks bad right now. And then look, any answers are in the building. That's a scary place to be.
Yeah, it's been rough to watch. Okay, so they got some rest after what happened against Detroit. The Cowboys travel to San Francisco this week. Jeff, what do you want to see from Dallas coming off of that bye when they play a banged-up 49ers team?
Physicality, my word. It just shows some semblance of being able to run the football or be committed to the run, to be able to help Dak Prescott. And then on the other side, defensive line-wise, be physical. I don't care if you got to commit 8 to the body. Make Purdy beat you with whatever receivers there are at that day, because my goodness, like it just gets you're non-competitive, which just makes it awful when you're one of those players when you can't even think about it because you're down 21 points in the first quarter. Good heavens, come on, man, we got to figure something out. Be physical.
Yeah, the roster is the roster at this point, and it seems like they don't have the talent to be competitive. So I think when you're in that situation, you want to go to more high variance play styles. So like they should be really aggressive defensively. I want to see them blitzing a lot, and you're going to be boom or bust. You're going to create sacks and interceptions, or you're going to give up touchdowns. But what you don't want to do is what they've been doing up until this point is giving up 4 to 5 yards to pop on the running game and also not locking down on the back end or being much pressure. So turn up the volume, get aggressive, and go after them and see what happens and roll the dice because that's the only answer right now.
So basically what Nick just said is that anything you do defensive, they've done none of it well. That's a problem. When he just continues to go through the litany of things that he needs to improve, that's defensive football. That's 100% of it. And none of it's good. We gotta find something to hang our hats on.
Saturday, you know what it isn't? Hell in a shell. It's not hell.
Don't turn it. Don't turn it.
We'll see if they got some rest. We're able to figure out some things over the bye week. Cowboys are 4.5-point underdogs against the 49ers. Jeff Saturday, Dominique Foxworth. You'll be back very soon.
More NFL. This is the first Tuesday in the last 2 weeks that hasn't featured the Jets fire higher and a whole nother trade. They've been active, but the wins haven't followed after New York went down to Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday Night Football. So where do Aaron Rodgers and the Jets go from here? Specifically, Rodgers as a leader. As is tradition, he was with Pat McAfee today. Here are his thoughts. That's New York Sports Center.
I think the energy level was good to start the game as it was in Buffalo, but the energy, and I look at myself first, it just wasn't good enough. I think personally and as a team, we're playing with too much anger and not enough enjoyment. The worst that could happen, we don't turn this around and things go south, and a lot of us are, in a different stratosphere. Now deal with that. Okay, cool. Are you going to be okay at the end of that? Yeah, we'll be okay. I think there's been some good leadership moments, but I need to be a great leader. And I think part of that is that last little energetic part, and just doing as much as I can to make sure those guys play free and not worry about making mistakes. And when something bad does happen, how do we all respond, myself included? And I think we can do that a little bit better. It starts with me, and I'm gonna set the tone this week with that.
All right, Jeff Saturday, break down what you just heard from Aaron Rodgers.
And good for him, right? Hold himself accountable, hold the guys accountable, and he's right. The energy is going to come from him. I mean, how many times have we seen a drop pass or a route that's run wrong, and you see his eyes, and it's the eye roll and the frustration? And not that every player doesn't feel frustrated when things aren't going well, but man, if you're the leader and everybody's looking to you, and that's your countenance, it's hard to overcome that. Now, we're showing some interceptions that he threw. The one over the middle was his fault. Didn't do a whole lot about the Garrett Wilson. Get him in the hands, it bounces off and turns into almost nearly 6 going the other way. But Aaron Rodgers understands everybody in that building is looking to one person, and it ain't a coach. It's to him. And so if his energy is better, if his attitude is better, if he's pushing guys and holding himself accountable and those guys accountable, hopefully they can turn it around. Because if there's any other way, there's no other way. If you think about it, Matt, there ain't no other way. You've done everything. You hit the nuclear button. You hit the nuclear detonation. It didn't work. So now we got to build from here. That's what they got to do starting this week.
And I think we all agree at this point, division probably out of the picture. But 9-8 Saturday, 9-8 some years can get you in to the playoff bracket. We'll see if that's good enough for the Jets this year. Jeff Saturday always good for us. Thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate you.
Last year was amazing. We're trying to do it more. Launches. I don't want to take this long for granted.
Oh yeah, the NBA season is here. We welcome in NBA reporter Tim Bontemps live from Boston and basketball analyst and good sis Shanae Ogumike. Shanae, I'm gonna start with you. The defending champs, the Celtics, they begin their quest to repeat tonight against the Knicks. Let's look into the future. What do you see as the key for them to hang banner 19 when this season ends?
First of all, Christine, I heard you, Boston. You tried your best right there. Look, my answer as the key is Jason Tatum. And I know he said after winning a championship, feels like the weight is finally off of his shoulders. But I think he still has great expectations. But first, you got a really big team, and they need some really big rings. It's ring night for them to be able to celebrate a championship. It's tremendous. But they are going to be playing without Kristaps Porzingis. And that's why I feel like he still has to do exactly what he did last year. And then some. And last year, by the way, was pretty good for him. 27, 8, and 5 assists. One thing I love about Jason Tatum is that every year he continues to get better. Every year he puts himself in the conversation of MVP. If he could be that guy and then give them a little bit more, which it might come from not having one of their star players out there. I mean, it's not just offensively, it's also defensively. I've seen him guard 1 through 5. To me, it's a year where he can really emerge as another top player.
Yeah, the Celtics with a healthy Kristaps is scary for the entire league. Tim, let's talk about the other team in this matchup, the New York Knicks. They look different. They have the third shortest odds to win the NBA title, according to ESPN Bet. What are they saying about their motivation for this season?
Well, their motivation, Christine, is to do what the Celtics did last year, break through and break the franchise's 50-year championship drought and get the Knicks their third NBA title. And Jalen Brunson this morning made it clear that this game, the first game of the season, is fair to look at as a measuring stick to see where this new-look New York Knicks team stacks up against the defending champion Celtics. Now, Shanae was talking about the impact of Kristaps Porzingis spacing the floor for the Celtics team, and Jalen Brunson admitted that teams around the league looked at the way Boston played with the 5-out spacing, the shooting all of the court, and tried to replicate it. And he was certainly insinuating that the Knicks went out this summer and tried to build a team that could go toe-to-toe with the Celtics. Getting Karl Towns, one of the best shooting big men of all time, getting Mikal Bridges. They've now got a team of a bunch of rangy wings around what could be the best point guard center pick and roll combination in the league in Brunson and Towns. That 5-man unit with Josh Hart is going to be on the court tonight against this Celtics team. There won't be a Kristaps Porzingis out there. But for the Knicks, they look at this as a chance to see just how they stack up with the team they're trying to chase. And for Jalen Brunson, who last year talked a lot about that turnover against the Miami Heat in the conference semifinals and how that fueled his motivation to go into last year and play at a higher level. He talked this morning about how last season, the way it ended, with the Pacers winning 4 of the final games of that conference semifinal series, that is motivating him this year. We'll see how that translates into this game tonight against the Celtics.
Yeah, good to go into the season with a little chip on your shoulder. Tim, Sinead, thank you, Tim. You'll be leaving. Sinead, you'll be back later in the show with a unique perspective on the history of LeBron and Bronny James that they debate tonight in Los Angeles. But first, this just in the Sports Center, another East contender already with some concerns. The 76ers have ruled out Joel Embiid and Paul George for the team's opener tomorrow against the Bucks. The Sixers say Embiid won't play in any games this week as he's still ramping up, and George, who joined Philly in the offseason, hyperextended his knee last week.
Still ahead on Sports Center. We'll get into the Ravens after a huge Monday night win as Derrick Henry now the MVP frontrunner and what Lamar Jackson has done to raise his game to another level. Bears quarterback Jalen Johnson joined the show in about 30 minutes. What Aaron Rodgers did to make Jalen say Rodgers is the biggest trash-talking quarterback he's ever faced. And with the college football playoff hopes hanging by a thread, what do we make of this Alabama team? We'll ask one of their former quarterbacks.
Doesn't matter.
When you pop open an On the Rocks Cosmo, you get masterfully mixed magic that takes the vibe uptown. Bartender created cocktails anywhere on the rocks.
Let's unretire. I've had a few plays left. How about you? Grandpa. I still got it.
Without we can play. Now that I'm out of it, I feel great. I feel free. I feel powerful. I feel I can take on the world. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt myself. That's when I found National Debt Relief.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help you to become debt-free.
At National Debt Relief, you have someone in your corner that's fighting for you. You can get out of debt, and I'm living proof.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Honey, we already have Medicare. Why do I need to call?
We have traditional Medicare, which is only Medicare Parts A and B, but not Part C.
Wait. So not everyone on Medicare is a Part C plan?
No, that's why we need to call, because there may be plans available with additional benefits that aren't covered under Medicare Parts A and B.
What kind of additional benefits?
There are great plans that may be available with additional benefits like dental, vision, or hearing.
Did you say dental?
Yes, dental.
If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period, even if you called last year, to speak with a licensed insurance agent and learn more about Medicare Advantage plans from Humana, Aetna, United Healthcare, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, WellCare, Cigna Healthcare, or Kaiser Permanente. Call now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-394-1725.
Gives you wings.
Trick or treat! Chicken Reese's! Oh, great costume. Looks like you deserve both.
See it, boys?
From the twinkle in their eye to the sparkle of their smile, the holidays fill our hearts with magic. This holiday season, get the gift by Disney Cruise and discover where magic meets the sea.
Bernie Moreno got taken to court for gender discrimination when he belittled an employee for being a single mom and then firing her when she complained. As a working mom, I had to speak out. Ohio deserves better than Bernie Moreno.
New Bet365 customers get how much? Join Bet365 today and get $200 in bonus bets when you bet $5. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
The best part about Russell Stover's sugar-free candies, it's the sweetness you crave without all the sugar. No sugar, great taste, guaranteed.
Place a minimum $10 parlay on any of tonight's NHL games for your chance to win ESPN Bet's Frozen Frenzy Jackpot. Each goal scored will add $500 to the pot, giving you a chance of winning a piece of up to $50,000 in bonus bets. ESPN Bet will match the jackpot with a donation to the V Foundation in support of hockey fights cancer. Download the ESPN Bet app to get started today.
It's time for Saturday's Sunday Spotlight. NFL analyst Jeff Saturday is back with us to address the biggest keys for a huge Sunday slate. Jeff, let's start with the Cowboys coming off of a bye with the 49ers. What's your key for that one?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier in the show, right? Be physical up front, establish a decent run game, or at least be committed to it, and that will allow for explosive plays down the field. One of the most disrespectful things we've done to Dak Prescott is expect he and CeeDee Lamb to just go out there and light teams up without any type of run game or even commitment to it, even if it's not good. Present something that San Fran has to stand up to. And again, San Fran's limited with players on the offensive side of the ball, so slow the game down the best you can. How about the Bucs last night? Two of the best receivers in our game go down, which is awful. But this Falcons team has to take advantage of this. They can go up 2 in this series in the division. I just see it's very difficult for the Bucs to overcome. The Falcons got to take advantage of it, shut them down offensively, and attack them on defense. And again, it's unfortunate because of how good Godwin, the production that Godwin and Evans have has been just phenomenal for those two guys. Man, I hate to see it. That's just the reality of our game sometimes. So bummer there. And then finally, the Seahawks. Kenneth Walker, run the offense through this guy. Continue to do it. When you think about the Metcalf injury, not really sure exactly where that's going to land, but at some point this team has to go through Walker, and when he wasn't there, you saw a difference. When he comes back, the type of player and impact guy he really is. Looking forward to seeing what he can do against the Bills this weekend. This guy's electric. Every time he touches the ball, it could be a home run or a big play. So I really like his game, and it allows Geno Smith to open up for his receivers on the outside. So Kenneth Walker run that offense through there. Looking forward to seeing how that sets up against those Bills.
That Bucs game was such a heartbreaker. I was texting my dad throughout it, and we were like, they're putting everyone on notice. And then, as you mentioned, things obviously didn't end very well. By the way, Kenneth Walker III has 7 scrimmage touchdowns this season. That's tied for third most in the league. Jeff, he'll be back.
That was good.
Got to college football. We got a trio of ranked matchups on ABC Week 9 Saturday. Notre Dame takes on Navy. It's annual tradition. This time, it's a ranked matchup. Just the 11th time they've played in a ranked matchup, and the second time in the last 45 years, Sean McGovern got the win on the call. LSU and Texas A&M face off as the only team still undefeated in SEC play. The Tigers are perfect 8-0 against the Aggies in ranked matchups with its last game coming in 2016. Alabama faces Missouri on the heels of its second loss in the last 3 games. The Crimson Tide have played 207 games since their last regular season losing streak, which came in Nick Saban's first year in 2007. As Greg McElroy joins us now, college football analyst. And Greg, you know this program as good, if not better than anyone. I'm talking about Alabama. Not much time to bounce back after the loss a week ago. Take me in there. What's going on with Alabama right now?
Well, I think if you look last week, that's a tough game. I mean, Tennessee is a solid team that plays great defense, and it was going to be a tough atmosphere to go and get a win in. One thing I think that they got to figure out, though, is they got to figure out how can they take some of the pressure off of Jalen Milroe. Now, Jalen Milroe, when he's at his best, he's as good as anybody in college football. But when he is not at his best, he becomes very streaky. And right now he's surging a little bit. His feet are not necessarily always in line with where he's going. And so the way you can take some of the pressure off is by getting back to the traditional run game. At one point in the first half of the game against Tennessee, there were 27 dropbacks and like 12 or 13 traditional handoffs. Take some of the pressure off by just getting back to simple offense and allowing Jam Miller and Justice Hayes, your two outstanding running backs, to run behind an ever-improving offensive line.
And maybe let the quarterback Jalen Milroe run a little bit more. You could argue he's their most talented runner top to bottom when he's on. So it's been a puzzle watching the Alabama offense the past couple of weeks. I want to stay in the SEC. LSU, as I said, they head to College Station to face Texas A&M. This one's big. Both these teams undefeated in SEC play. Give me the who and the what is the key in this one.
I absolutely love this game because the winner of this one's in a really good spot. They are in a really good spot to get to the SEC title. Both teams, of course, undefeated in the league right now. But it's SEC. You have the best offensive line in the SEC in LSU against arguably the best defensive line in the SEC in Texas A&M. I love this matchup. We've already seen LSU challenged against some of the best defensive fronts in the country in South Carolina and Ole Miss. They were able to match their intensity. Now they'll get another crack at a group that's really come on. Nick Scorton and company, this group is disruptive, they're active, and they do a really good job of applying pressure to the opposing quarterback. So I'll be really curious to see how Joe Sloan, the offensive coordinator for LSU, how does he take some of the pressure off the protection? Does he do it with screens? Does he do it with draws? The run game has been beneficial at times this year. Did lean on that a little bit because this is going to be a really tough game for LSU if their offensive line doesn't play well.
Mike Elko, first Texas A&M coach to win 6 of his first 7 games since 1918. That thing is working. So are you and McDonough on the call, Navy Notre Dame. As I said a moment ago, give me something you'll be keeping your eye on in this one.
Well, I can't wait for the world to be introduced to the Navy offense. I think we all have this picture of what Navy's offense looks like, right? It's traditional veer triple option. That's not really what they are anymore. They have now morphed into what they're describing as a hybrid wing T. I've seen them go from a traditional wing T alignment with 2 wings and a fullback, and then shift into spread shotgun where their quarterback, Blake Corbett, throws a seam route down the field. I also watched them against Memphis try multiple double passes. I've seen them throw throwbacks to the quarterback. I've seen them do Philly special. These guys will do anything and everything to disrupt the rhythm of that Notre Dame defense, and I think it's going to be a fascinating game of cat and mouse between what we've seen from Navy offensively and Marcus Freeman, the head coach of Notre Dame, who leads the defense.
Army and Navy both have been the early season great stories in college football. Navy can get even better against the Irish on the weekend. Greg McElroy, he'll be there for all of it. Greg, thank you.
And on SportsCenter, should Derrick Henry be the front runner for NFL MVP? We'll discuss all eyes on the health of Jaden Daniels this week, but who should fantasy managers be eyeing right now in case he doesn't play? And history will be made when LeBron and Bryant take the court tonight in the Lakers opener. A unique perspective on how that can motivate LeBron.
Go ahead, yes.
Usually Katie blocked Ronnie in the preseason, and then he was like, it's crazy. Because remember when he was drafted, Ronnie was like an infant.
Yes. Well, I mean, can he drown him?
KD?
No, his dad.
Oh.
Traditions aren't just a part of hockey. They are hockey.
All 32 teams playing on the same night.
Hats and rats on ice. Sea life, storm surge, and pop-off. Fire up those popcorns and cakes. All 32 teams have a tradition. And one night a year, you can pack them all.
NHL Frozen Frenzy on ESPN and whip around coverage on ESPN Plus and ESPN2.
When you pop open an On the Rocks Cosmo, you get masterfully mixed magic that takes the vibe uptown. Bartender created cocktails anywhere on the rocks.
I'm gonna give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances.
Let's do it.
How many subscriptions do you have?
Probably just Netflix and Spotify.
All right, it's saying you have 13 subscriptions, which is costing you around $270 a month.
What?
The app is telling you all of this. It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it can even help you create a budget, which I think you need coming from me. But okay, don't worry about those 13 subscriptions you didn't know you had. You can cancel the ones you don't want right through the app, and it can even help you try and get a refund.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Entyvio, relief, remission for real.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator. And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Olukai shoes bring the comfort of walking barefoot on wet sand to any journey. Because we don't travel to go further, we travel to get closer. And no matter how far we go, we can always bring yellow with us. Any moment can feel like you're stepping into the spirit of Hawaii. Sail over to Olukai. Anywhere comfort, anywhere aloha.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business.
Every generation has guys like this.
This time is different. NBA opening week begins Wednesday and continues Friday on ESPN.
Sherrod Brown worked with both parties to strengthen our border and stop deadly fentanyl before it reaches Ohio. Vote Sherrod Brown.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Gum. Yes to fresh.
Band-Aid brand Pro Heal creates an ideal environment for 60% better healing.
I'm rebuilding this wrecked car with the help of eBay Guaranteed Fit.
Is there a hockey game tonight? No, there's 16 games. Yeah, that's right. All 32 teams dropping the puck every 15 minutes. Don't stress. Wixie, PKI won't let you miss a hit, power play, or a goal. Ovi drops a hat trick on the Flyers. We got it. Nathan McKinnon snipes one versus the Kraken. You will see it. Look around coverage to every game starting 7 Eastern, ESPN Plus. Join on ESPN2 at 8 Eastern. 16 games, one night. NHL Frozen Frenzy.
And as a part of the second annual NHL Frozen Frenzy, ESPN will air a triple header of action. Starts with Caps Flyers at 6 Eastern, continues with Caps Kraken at 8:30 Eastern, and wraps up midnight till 11 Eastern.
It's Monday night in Tampa. A good answer as we fall down to the board. Here's a one-run shot for Big Ben. Touchdown Ravens. Lamar Jackson has been in the season. Here's Henry. There he goes. 81 yards for his side. Almost up there. That's just been so performing for Tampa Bay. Second receiving touchdown. Big number 22. What a night for Lamar Jackson. 5 touchdown passes.
Yes, Saturday is back. NFL insider Dan Graziano joins the party. Jeff, I'm going to start with you. We just saw what Lamar and the Ravens did to the Bucs. if I said Lamar is now the MVP favorite, but Derrick Henry is actually Baltimore's MVP, Jeff, is that an overreaction or not an overreaction?
I'm going to say an overreaction, and not because I don't think that Derrick Henry is vital, because he is to the success of this football team, and I think it's the difference maker that puts them over the top to actually beat the Chiefs. But without a quarterback that's performing like Lamar Jackson, the point is moot. So as I look at this, Lamar Jackson is just on a different planet. The guy's playing lights out. I have he and Jared Goff as tied for my MVP front runners right now. These guys are both playing just insane football. So as good as Derrick Henry is, and again, I think he pushes him over the top. Without Lamar, it just doesn't work. So I can't say quite that, but so it's a slight overreaction.
It's a major overreaction, Jeff. You shouldn't be afraid to say it, but Derrick Henry's a running back. Lamar Jackson is playing quarterback at as high a level as anybody in the entire league. If you ask Derrick Henry, who's the MVP of the Baltimore Ravens, he would say Lamar Jackson. And the reason he would say that is because he watches the Ravens games. Lamar Jackson threw 22 passes last night. 5 of them were touchdowns. He is absolutely locked in. He has advanced in his second year in this offense to the point of mastery. And right now, if he stays healthy, there's no reason he shouldn't be the front runner for MVP of the league for the third time.
Jeff, I want to ask you something because a few weeks ago we talked about the running backs in this league, and you felt like they should be valued a lot more than they have been in years past. But you said that Lamar Jackson or Derrick Henry wouldn't be able to do what he's doing now without Lamar Jackson. Is it not the same way around?
It is the same way for me. That's why I said it's not a major overreaction like Graz tries to jump in and just spike it. You know what I mean? But here's the reality. Lamar Jackson was the MVP last year, right? And they faced the Chiefs and they don't quite get it done. I think the reason that Derrick Henry is so valuable to me is because of the explosive plays he has out of the backfield. He has 12 runs of 15 yards or more already this season. The guy is an absolute freight train. He's on track to break the all-time single-season rushing record at over 2,000. I mean, the numbers go on. And without a strong run game, your quarterback is limited. I don't care what anybody says. It's too difficult to do. Even watch the Chiefs in the playoffs. They run the ball more because Andy Reid understands a running game come playoff time is vital. That's what the Ravens have unfortunately missed in the playoffs when they run the ball throw the ball 70% of the time. With Henry there, they'll run it run it more and shrink that passing number down, and that'll be the difference that gets them over the top.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons we were so excited to see Derrick Henry in this offense. Okay, Dan, let's get an update on one of the quarterback questions for Week 9. What is the latest on the health of Jayden Daniels?
Jayden Daniels has a rib injury. The news on him was pretty good, all things considered. It's not going to be something that keeps him out long term, and it's entirely possible even that he plays this week against Caleb Williams and the Bears. Washington head coach Dan Quinn made it very clear yesterday that they are going to be very intentional and step by step as they go through this week. What can he handle in terms of how he's moving, how he's throwing, how he's protecting himself? If there are questions about his ability to protect himself and perform in Sunday's game, they will sit him. It's about the long term with Jayden Daniels. Washington believes it has something special and certainly does not want to put that in jeopardy. It's possible he plays, but the Commanders will be extremely careful with their young quarterback.
That makes sense. Want to keep him healthy, but it would be so good to watch him go up against Caleb Williams. Dan Graziano, Jeff Saturday, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Let us bring in our fantasy football expert, Field Yates, for Waiver Wire Wednesday on a Tuesday night. For that edition, Fantasy on the Field. We just heard Grimes is up there, Jayden Daniels. If he's out on Sunday, give fantasy managers someone they need to pick up on the waiver wire replacement.
Let's start with Sam Darnold for the Minnesota Vikings. They play on Thursday night, and Darnold has had a quieter couple of weeks and more difficult matchups. The Jets and then the Lions. But this is a good matchup on Thursday night against the Rams. They put some scrappy defense against subpar quarterbacks. They've had 2 big days against them this season, including Brock Purdy and Kyler Murray combining for 6 passing touchdowns. I think Darnold can have a good night on Thursday night. We could have to get Hawkinson back as well. That's certainly helped. Tua Tagovailoa could play as soon as this Sunday in a great matchup going up against the Arizona Cardinals, allowing about 19 fantasy points per game to opposing quarterbacks. And remember, all the way back in Week 1, Tua hung 338 yards in the touchdown up against the Jaguars, who was quarterback 8 on the week. He's having very like that forever ago. He's only fully healthy game this season. But next, one of his days in Auburn, you remember those days very well. I am sure he is amongst the top 5 quarterbacks in terms of rushing attempts so far this season. He had 75 rushing yards this past Thursday night, but as a thrower, he gets the best matchup in all of fantasy football right now. That Carolina Panthers secondary, they're allowing everybody to put up passing yards and passing touchdowns against them. I think there's a chance that by the time it's all said and done, Drake May is the best fantasy quarterback and real-life quarterback, perhaps, of all of these four that we are talking about right now. He's got back-to-back games and 2 starts with up over 19 fantasy points. The rub is this. He'll get this weekend. Yeah, on a great matchup for Drake May. The hope, if you do add him to the team, will be this. Patriots playing a lot of snaps from behind, perhaps some garbage.
That's the best time, yeah.
Fantasy football. And Drake May, over the past 2 weeks, 5th most rushing yards amongst quarterbacks, and believe it or not, tied for the 3rd most passing yards as well.
I would not have known that.
He is a big physical pressure quarterback.
Did you know he's also the 3rd rookie in Patriots history with 2 passing touchdowns in consecutive games? The other 2? Don't look at Tom Brady.
I'm just, no, he wouldn't play.
Mac Jones, Drew Bledsoe.
Ooh, I would have got, I think I would have got the Drew Bledsoe Mac as well.
Not Tommy. Field every Fantasy Focus Live every day.
Every day.
At AM Eastern. So good.
Here's quarterback Jalen Johnson joined us next to talk about food in London, Aaron Rodgers trash talking, and how Caleb Williams has grown before his eyes.
There's something out about those white lights. I'm so caught up in just feeling this way. Take me up to the holiday.
Al, did you make that call?
Honey, we already have Medicare. Why do I need to call?
Alan, the Feldman said we may be able to get additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan right here in our zip code with $0 monthly premiums.
Honey, what do you mean additional benefits? We turned 65, we got Medicare. That's all there is to it, right?
I'm talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. We have traditional Medicare, which is only Medicare Parts A and B, but not Part C.
Wait. So not everyone on Medicare is a Part C plan?
No, that's why we need to call, because there may be plans available with additional benefits that aren't covered under Medicare Parts A and B. We don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus additional benefits in Medicare Part C.
What kind of additional benefits?
There are great plans that may be available with additional benefits like dental, vision, or hearing.
Did you say dental?
Yes, dental. Medicare Part C plans could include dental benefits.
We need that. I'm calling.
If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now, because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B, like routine dental coverage. If you're on original Medicare, you can call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period, even if you called last year to learn more about Medicare Advantage plans from Humana, Aetna, United Healthcare, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, WellCare, Cigna Healthcare, or Kaiser Permanente. We will check to see if there's a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. Remember, you don't get a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits automatically. Call now for your free 2025 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-790-0863. 800-790-0863.
When you pop open an On the Rocks Cosmo, you get masterfully mixed magic that takes the vibe uptown. Bartender created cocktails anywhere on the rocks.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
The SEC on ABC, a dynamic doubleheader Saturday. First, Alabama hosts Missouri in a must-win matchup. In prime time, LSU and Texas A&M clash for the top spot in the SEC. Saturday at 3:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Spooky season isn't a season, it's a lifestyle. How do I be a fan of these two classic teams?
That'll get you nice and freaked out.
It might get scary.
Join Bet365 today and get $200 in bonus bets when you bet $5.
Where will your wins take you?
Welcome to the wall, champ.
Amazon fall favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon fall favorites now.
Sports Center is brought to you by Empower. Start taking control of your financial future at empower.com.
Bear down, Chicago Bears. It's the start of the Bears fight song. It's been playing out in recent weeks. The Bears are winners of 3 straight games, their longest win streak since the 2020 season. Chicago has outscored its opponents by 51 points during that run. Now, Caleb Williams has already made Chicago history. He's the first Bears rookie to throw for 300 yards in multiple games. He also became the third Bears rookie to throw for at least 4 touchdowns in a game. And the defense has fueled a strong start as they allowed 20 points just once this season. They forced 13 turnovers this season, tied for third most of any team. We now welcome one of the captains of that defense, all-pro cornerback, Jalen Johnson. Jalen, thank you so much for joining us today. So you guys are coming off the bye. We were just talking a little bit offline about how you were cooking during your bye week. So you didn't play this past week, but you were in London for week 6. I saw your post about the game taking you places that you never thought. How was your experience across the pond?
I think it was great. Really just like traveling that night, getting on the airplane, kind of just seeing I've never been overseas, so kind of just seeing a different flight, seeing a different, I guess, the ambiance of going overseas and then getting there. Just it looked completely different. It looked exactly how it looks in the movie. So I mean, I was kind of taken back a little bit, kind of just like really taking it all in, just really being in the moment. But overall, it was a great trip. Of course, it ended the right way with a W, trying some fish and chips. So I can't complain too much about my trip to London.
I want to talk about that game a little bit, but first, you said you tried fish and chips. The food in London.
Yeah.
Did you like it or no?
I like what I ate. I didn't try too much like out of my comfort zone. I know I went to a little smash burger spot not too far from the hotel, so that was pretty good. And then the fish and chips I had was solid. I would say I'm not a big I don't know. I like different type of fried fish. I'm more like the southern fried fish type of guy, not just the overseas fish and chips. But it was solid though. It had a good enough seasoning and flavor for me. And then outside of that, I really kind of stuck to what I knew best, a little pasta and things like that.
Okay, let's talk about that game. Trevor Lawrence, a trash talker? I would have never thought that. He said something to you about your pass defense, and you responded with what you did on the field. Obviously, you guys got the dub. But who would you say is the best trash talker in the league amongst quarterbacks that you face?
I would say Rodgers. Of course, I've played him quite a few times, so I definitely feel like he's one of those trash talkers. And I've unfortunately been on the wrong side of his trash talk in the Bears-Packers rivalry. So he's definitely had his fair share of punchlines to the Bears and in the game and things like that. So I would probably say him so far.
What have you heard him say?
I mean, the most disrespectful one is that he owns the Bears. That's probably the number one. But I think just overall, it's hard to be mad at a guy like that when he's beat us for so many games straight and just impacting the organization. So I mean, for us, we gotta stop all that and get a W against them.
Got to get that lick back. Okay, so you've also been giving away free game to opposing quarterbacks in a few of your interviews. CJ Stroud had to tell you in week 2. Listen to this.
Stop telling your secrets on Richard Sherman podcast, dude. The palms with it. You ain't slick, brother. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me.
I love that he was like, you ain't getting me. Okay, so does your teammates know that you're giving away secrets?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like he made it bigger than what it really was. It wasn't like in the podcast speaking. It wasn't something that I was like, I try to get the quarterbacks to think this while I'm doing different things. It was more so just explaining what happened on the play. And honestly, I even said it in the interview, like I was not even supposed to do what I did in that play. So, I mean, I think it just happened to work out best for myself. But it definitely wasn't a secret. I mean, even in that game, like there was a time where I jumped one of his routes the same way, but he just didn't throw it. So I think it's kind of a fun back and forth. But I mean, I know I wouldn't just go around giving my secrets, especially not to the world. But it's all good.
I love that CJ Stroud is not only watching film, but also like looking up podcasts to see what you're talking about on them, so he knows exactly what's going to happen in the game. But let's talk a little bit about your quarterback, the rookie, Caleb Williams. He's getting better week by week. What do you think is the biggest difference that you've noticed in his on-field growth since you first faced him in practice?
I would just like comfort. I think that's the biggest thing really for a quarterback coming in, just getting comfortable. I think really is being able to read defenses, get on the same page with the guys around him, the receivers, running backs, linemen, just get the calls going. I think just all of that is a lot to take in coming in as a rookie, being able to reiterate the call that's coming in, being able to make the checks at the line of scrimmage, and then being able to get there, get the ball there, be on time, on target. I think it's a lot to take in right away, but I feel like he's adjusting really well. He's getting the calls in really well. He's really just settling in and getting comfortable, and you can see in the throws that he's making and the confidence and the swagger that he's now playing with.
Okay, so one of my favorite things about an NFL week is the fits. We've actually already featured you and your teammates on this show because of that specifically. How would you describe your style?
I would say versatile. I think that's one of the biggest things for myself, just kind of with this whole fashion thing, just being able to serve different looks. I feel like it's easier to just like have different like streetwear looks and just everything drip down Louis Vuitton, Dior. It's like sometimes you gotta kind of get out your comfort zone a little bit and start kind of diving into accessories, diving into different looks, whether it's suits, the one I had in London, like the little overalls and stuff like that. I think all of that is just part of fashion, part of style, being able to be versatile and still be able to catch the viewer's attention.
You mentioned the shorts, overalls. I thought that was fire. The loafers as well. You had the tie. Because you see jean shorts overalls, but never the fancy, dressed up professional one. It was great to see. Okay, so let's talk about some other guys, because Kyler, Caleb, TJ, the other Jalen Jones, DeAndre, Daniel Hardy, Mercedes, you guys have a million guys that dress well on your team. Who would you say is best dressed? You can't see yourself.
Ooh, I'll say Kyler for sure.
Okay.
For sure. I think too, and like I know he's up there, and we have that like mutual fashion respect. I know like when we walk to the locker room, we definitely look at each other kind of up and down a little bit. Like, yeah, that's it. That's the one. I know oftentimes I'll look at his fits and I'll tell him like, no, that's one of those ones that you got it on today. So I feel like he's got that the most out of me so far out of everybody on the team.
Okay, so all of the other things that we talked about, they're all great. But the most important thing is you're a girl, Dad. You welcome your youngest daughter. You're in training camp. How has being a father impacted how you are as a person, both on and off the field?
Ooh, that's a deep one. I think honestly, just for me, just learning, I would say grace and patience. I'm a big faith guy. I've accepted Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. And I think kind of just overall, just seeing how somebody can be so perfect and imperfect at the same time, and you just continue to love them, continue to show up for them. And I think for me, just being able to be on the other end of that, being on the father side, of course, just for me, just being able to look at my kids, look at my babies, and just know that there's almost nothing that they can do wrong for me not to be able to show up for them, me not to be able to love them. So I think really for me, I just take it straight by really just being there, showing them the way. For me, I'm just their manager while they're on earth, just trying to get them to the right places, get them at the right level when they get older to become women and queens on this earth. So I think for me, I'm just happy and humbled to be in a position to be a father to those girls.
Jalen Johnson, thank you so much. That was beautiful. Enjoy the rest of your day. Pray and hustle. I like your sweatshirt.
Every
time. So much for joining Sports Center.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Really, really good stuff. As we switch gears back to the NBA, Lakers begin their season tonight. New head coach and a high-profile rookie. You know his father. You know, at Sports Center, LeBron James, on how special it is playing with his son.
It's been a treat. Just preseason, the practices, every day, not plane rides, the bus rides, just being, with them and showing them the ropes along with his teammates and coaches. Just bringing them up to speed of what the professional life is all about and how to prepare every day as a professional. So that's super cool. To be here today and to know that those guys will be in attendance tonight. Like me and Bronny is on the same team. It's just a pretty cool in the history of the Steelers. They hit 2 home runs when they was in Seattle, right? Yeah, that was cool. Probably 2 lobs. I catch a lob, and then Bronny catch a lob. That'd probably be equivalent of that. Obviously the long ball is something that's big time in baseball. So probably 2 lobs.
Griffey Jr., Griffey Sr., who is referencing there, Janae Blumake back with us. Janae, you have this family dynamic. You played with your sister at Stanford, so you know what it's like to have someone in your inner family circle on your team. What can you share with us about potentially what's going on between LeBron and Bronny tonight?
Look, there's no better feeling than playing with a family member. I had the absolute pleasure and privilege to play with my sister, not just in the pros, but AAU, high school. We won a state championship together. We won and went to Final Fours at Stanford together. For LeBron and Bronny, this is something that literally dreams are made of. And also, it's just straight up history. LeBron James, we all know, all-time leading scorer in the NBA. A lot of people consider him their GOAT, but for this type of history to be made, my sister and I were 2 years apart. LeBron and Bronny are 20 years apart. So I know that this family vibe is not only for them, it just has a great effect on your team, and it's going to be a beautiful moment tonight.
How about Bronny moved out of his dad's house from being a kid? He's an adult now, but now he's playing literally in his dad's house again. His dad's team. Cannot wait to watch this develop. Janae, thank you so much. Much more NBA coming up. NBA Today, top of the hour, more Sports Center when we return.
Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story. With the Chase e-card, we got up and running in no time.
Earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase. Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card from Chase for Business.
It's big, it's back, and it's only $6. Get the big box y'all love today.
How much more a vacation can be with Norwegian Cruise Line. Experience more at sea.
Let's unretire. Why Matt?
I'm good right here, bro.
Behold, Jimmy John's new smoked cheddar bourbon club. Taste with premium roasted meats and smooth bourbon sauce. It's almost as classy as knowing a British person or eating a bourbon club off fine China. For a limited time at Jimmy John's.
When you pop open an On the Rocks Cosmo, you get masterfully mixed magic that takes the vibe uptown. Bartender created cocktails anywhere on the rocks.
Trick or treat! Check it out, Reese's!
Oh, great costume. Looks like you deserve both.
See ya, boys.
Olokai shoes bring the comfort of walking barefoot on wet sand to any journey. Any moment can feel like you're stepping into the spirit of war. Sail over to Olokai. Anywhere comfort, anywhere of a heart.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've heard this, so hold it high. Look out, the mark of a fighter.
When you want bedtime to be a good time.
Nice, sweetheart.
Madness Famous Day. Conrad Hotels and Resorts. Hilton for a stay.
Thanks. What'd you get? Oh, I got another double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double hot, double cap, double sweet. Hey, did you know that Discover doubles your cashback at the end of the first year? You are cut off.
You earn, we match.
Debbie.
Unlimited cashback match.
Chunky is spicy, and it's good to be spicy. I'm talking hunks of fiery, delicious protein. Oh, is it hot in here? Or is it just chunky. Soup that eats like a meal.
It's now time for Sly as a Fox. Dominique Foxworth is back to share his sneakiest storyline going into week 8. Foxy, what is flying a little under the radar that people need to know this week?
Lamar Jackson is better than ever. I know you're not surprised that he's good because of the MVP, but right now, the way that he is comfortable in this system and the way that he navigates the pocket and is accurate in his passing is a difference. Look at this throw. It's a throw that he's been doing a lot this year. This kind of level throw that he hasn't done previously. This is him against the blitz. That was the book on Lamar in the past. You blitz him, you'll make him uncomfortable. And this is again him against the blitz. Comfortable in the pocket, seems calm, and finds the open receiver every time. The other big improvement, or at least one of the reasons why this team is as good as it is because Lamar's been efficient and accurate in the red zone, getting 6 instead of 3. Right here's another blitz. So it's both in the red zone and him being blitzed. He finds the open person and hits him. This one is just man coverage, and again, he drops it in and shows that he has the ability to throw deep. He has the ability to feather it into that hole. He also has the vision to find the second or third option in important situations. Lamar is the best quarterback in football, even better than last year when he was the MVP, and it should be scary for the rest of the league.
You're not the only one who thinks that. His head coach, John Harbaugh, said the same thing. So has his teammates, and Lamar Jackson said the game has slowed down. So it makes sense. We'll see if he keeps it rolling in week 8. Meek, thank you.
As of tonight, especially tomorrow, all pro sports leagues are in action. The NBA tipping off the ESPN doubleheader tomorrow, about 6 or 7:30. Philly without Joel Embiid and Paul George and James Harden. And the Clippers host KD, Devin Booker, and the Suns, who welcome in Mike Budenholzer, their new head coach in Phoenix. Suns are coming out of the West this year.
Who's more likely to win an NBA championship? My Miami Heat or your Phoenix Suns?
This season?
Yes. My Miami Heat don't even play.
Suns.
You took the Suns last season.
KD Booker probably do.
Who did Suns last season?
Maybe they rated themselves that rough. Is rated a word? It's not.
Switch to Square and join over 4 million businesses worldwide. Scheduling is easy with Square appointments. Clients can book online 24/7. Take payments at your station or the front desk to offer seamless checkouts. Keep track of commissions and split tips with just a few clicks. Gain time and peace of mind with beauty tools that bring everything together. Switch to Square today at square.com.
This week, Inside the NFL has CJ Stroud mic'd up.
When we score right here, that'd be huge. What up, bro?
And me, Chris, and Ocho reveal our football guy of the week. Plus, Coach Belichick gives his game plan for the Eagles and the Saints.
I think they got their point across. He wanted them to impose their will.
Everybody's at the point of attack.
Welcome to Inside the NFL, brought to you by Infinity. And the Atlanta Falcons were flying the highest after they won the Battle of the Birds on Monday Night Football. I'm here with Chris Long, Chad Ochocinco, and Coach Bill Belichick, who dove deep into the closet, y'all, and brought out the football Tide Kid. Now, Coach, the Atlanta Falcons felt really good after their Week 2 win, but not every team is in that place. What are some of the conversations that go on within organizations after they get an opportunity to analyze Week 1 and Week 2's film?
Yeah, I think really this is a great time for every organization to take a good look at their football team and see where they're at. It's tough after 1 week, one matchup, but after 2 weeks, you just have more information. Will you have more in 4 weeks? Of course, but I don't think you want to wait till you're 1 and 4 to start figuring things out. So what do we need to do here in terms of personnel? Maybe we need to change our scheme a little bit to protect or take advantage of certain guys. I think that this is a time really where every team should take a good look at what their best chance to win is and how to put their best team on the field that gives them the best chance to win.
Sometimes there are extreme circumstances. You look at your team in New England in 2003, you acquired Rodney Harrison, Lloyd Malloy is now with the Buffalo Bills. And I remember that game, Coach, where the Buffalo Bills sort of beat you guys down. And then
Thanks for reminding me, Ryan.
and then Week 2, you guys find yourself, Coach. What was that experience like, and what did you learn about adjusting after the first 2 weeks?
Yeah, well, it was a long day in Buffalo, 31-0.
The absolute last thing the Patriots wanted, they got.
The team kind of rallied and bounced back and just moved on and, went on to have a championship season. But it was definitely a reset there for us to kind of, find ourselves and look forward instead of looking in the past. 2001 was another one. That was Week 2 where Drew got hurt. Brady came in. We were 0-2, and then, we were able to beat the Colts the following week, by the 3 touchdowns. And that kind of gave us a little bit of confidence, to move through the rest of the season, eventually be able to compete for a championship. So I think that reset after Week 2 is really important, for every team. A couple of these teams that are 0-2, like the Bengals that, have fumbled away a couple of games, got to start taking care of the ball here and maybe they can win.
Absolutely.
No offense, Jeff.
Hey, Chris, we're talking about how pivotal 2 to 3 can be. The Baltimore Ravens are 0-2. It seems like the Derrick Henry experiment isn't producing the dividends they'd like, but you also see something else.
Yeah, I mean, I came in here with a bunch of notes. They're right here, the stats. They check out. Henry doesn't like gun run. Lamar hasn't worked under center in the past game. It all checks out, and I like my big trucks rolling downhill, so get this guy in the home. But I saw something Sunday when I look back at that tape that demands more attention. Teams don't rotate right tackles, left tackles a lot, and I thought that was interesting. Through 2 weeks, they've done it. They've got their right tackle who starts Macari, who's a run game guy, and they've got this Roger Rosengarten guy, 22 years old from Washington. And Max Crosby set the game on fire. He was like an arsonist.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't even operate. This guy Rosengarten comes in at right tackle and he's dancing with him. I'm talking about doing the mirror drill. And I'm impressed. Like I'm enthralled. So yeah, do I want to see more Derrick Henry either straight downhill or running to the edge to flatten little guys? Absolutely. But what I'd really like to see is more Roger Rosengarten, because Lamar needs time to get the ball to these receivers who are not dynamic. I mean, he's better the longer the down goes. So focus on the pass, and the run game's going to get there.
Coach, how difficult is it when you acquire a guy like a Derrick Henry who needs to play a certain way that doesn't necessarily vibe with the way your quarterback needs to play? How hard is it to find a balance between that?
That's really a great point, Ryan. Sometimes you do one thing to help one player, and then it hurts another player, and you help that player, and you hurt the other players. So, it's something you got to try to figure out, and those are the things you got to work through. Again, with no preseason play, with no preseason games for a lot of these players, these first 2 weeks are the team's really first opportunity to see how this looks against real competition, not in practice. Rosengarten's an interesting guy. He was the second best tackle at Washington last year.
Yeah. My goodness. I mean, if you can dance with Crosby, you can dance with everybody.
No doubt.
Exactly. People weren't expecting the Ravens to be in this position this year, but it's a team that we've seen figure things out throughout history, and we wonder if moving forward they can get some of those things fixed on the offensive side of the ball. But there is a team that's not trying to fix things on the offensive side of the ball with the same quarterback they started the season, and that's the Carolina Panthers, who've decided now that they'll be moving on from Bryce Young. Chris, from a organizational standpoint, was Bryce Young even put in the place where he could succeed?
I'd have to say no, especially relative to what you look at around the league. I mean, I was a top 5 pick. I know what it's like to walk across that stage. And I know what it's like for everybody in the world to think it's the biggest accomplishment in the world and the work's over. But I knew, I didn't know much, but I knew it was going to be a challenge, not an accomplishment. It was an uphill battle. You get drafted high because in the world's biggest team sport, they're expecting you to fix the entire problem. And I know what that's like as a defensive end. It's unrealistic. It's also unrealistic for a guy like Bryce Young to walk into that situation last year and fix that. And then you bring him a new guy and you bench him 2 weeks in. It's just David Tepper, and this is why coaches maybe do it. David Tepper goes through, head coaches, like Ryan goes through personal managers, cinematographer. I understand the reason that Dave Canales, if it was his decision, is saying I got to do this or I might get fired. But it's unfair to the kid. We saw Sam Darnold this weekend. We left him for dead. Are we going to do the same thing with Bryce Young? I'd like to see him in a better system. I'd like to see him with a fresh start.
We saw Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield in Carolina, and now they're both, having a good amount of success with other teams. Mayfield had a great year last year with Tampa, so you kind of got to wonder about the evaluation of your own players. I think that's one of the biggest things you have to do as a coach and as an organization. Number one, make sure you evaluate your players correctly. You have them there every day. You're out there on the field with them every day. You got to get those guys right. We're all going to miss on guys in the draft or guys from other organizations. Sometimes it's not quite right, but the guys that you have every day, you got to get those right.
Listen, I mean, no disrespect to the organization and David Tepper and what they're doing, but you have to understand, if you bring in someone with the number 1 pick, you were already a dumpster the year before. When you bring in Bryce Young, but really nothing around him to support him, and he has to put his cape on and be Superman. There was only one Superman, and that's Cam. Cam is no longer there. When Cam was there and he was able to succeed, look what he had around him. He had a supporting cast. How do you expect Bryce Young to be successful with what you have to work with? And I mean that in no disrespectful way.
Yeah, but Chad, the only thing about that is you got to understand that they spent a ton of money down there. Like, they have no cap space next year. They have no cap space this year. They maxed out everything. So they must like their team. They must like all the guys they're putting out there because they're paying them a lot and they don't have really any money to go out and buy anybody else.
He let anybody go. Yeah. Is it Brian Burns?
Yeah, Brian Burns is in New York.
Brian Burns.
Away for nothing.
But I think the point is like you could have some good players, but if you're not building the team the right way, it's like last year I look at their front, and we're not making excuses because every quarterback is under siege if he walks into a room like that. That's the way it goes. But that wasn't a good front.
No.
They didn't have guys outside for him. They had some pieces on defense.
The funny thing about it, think about this. Even the people at home, if you see this, think about this. Think about the other 31 teams. Name one quarterback on any of the other 31 teams that can come into Carolina and make a damn difference.
It look competent.
And make a difference.
I don't know.
Because you've made bad decision after bad decision.
Stress the asset.
Right? And you stress the asset, and now you make a decision on a young man's career only 2 games into what's essentially his first tryout for his new coach. I believe that's an organization that's going to have a difficult time getting together because now you have to have a complete reset because you know that Andy Dalton is not going to be your franchise quarterback of the future. Later on, though, we'll listen to Coach tell us why maybe the New Orleans Saints franchise quarterback has found his way as they face the Eagles next week. But before that, we have one of the best in the league and a second-year quarterback that's not going to be ditched anytime soon. Mike Dunn.
Let's go, man! Let's go! Let's go!
Absolutely, I remember who was.
Yeah,
I remember.
They had like every team color.
That's right.
I got pictures of me with a little mullet wearing Zubas in the 80s.
Hey, Dan Marino styled these joints.
Look at that. Dan Campbell and some Honolulu blue Zubas.
CJ firing downfield, hits Nico to the end zone. Touchdown! Let's go! Let's go! Crowd gets the snap, firing downfield left side. CJ looking, pumping, he's in trouble now. He scrambles out the line. He goes downfield, and this is not Nico Collins.
We're going to get his head harder in the NFL. We'll tell you, we got to be better, but we'll tell you.
CJ Stroud continues to distance himself from his peers in his second year in the NFL. But look at this list of names of guys who are in college or their second year in the league, whether it's Carson Beck, who's still at Georgia, or you can look at guys like Will Levis, drafted in the same draft class as C.J. Stroud. He is wise beyond his years when it comes to his understanding of the football game, and his play is top tier. Coach, when you look at this team through the second game of C.J. Stroud's tenure, how do you feel this team is positioned to win a championship?
Well, first of all, on Stroud, I'd say the 19 games here in the NFL, it really started with that 20th game, playoff game at Ohio State against Georgia, where he just lit everything up and had a tremendous game. And honestly, since then, his game has been at a high level.
Coach, what do you believe is most important when you feel like there's a quarterback on your team and you understand he could be a franchise guy? How do you groom a young player to continue getting better?
Just go with the pace that he's comfortable with.
Yeah.
Don't rush him, don't hold him back, but just as he gets better, then just build him through. And really, that's kind of the way it was in Tom in 01. We won with a lot of good defense and special teams. Tom didn't turn the ball over, made a lot of great decisions. Got a little bit better in 02, got a little bit better by the end of 03. We were a good offensive team and an explosive offensive team. 04, same thing. Then after that, I think you got to be careful about rushing and asking those quarterbacks to do too much. There's so much going on defensively.
But Coach, everybody says put them in the game.
Oh yeah,
right
sure.
now.
Put them in there. Yeah, put them in there and let them go. And then you got Zach Wilson, you got Bryce Young, you got guys that even Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. They put them in early too. Now they're doing pretty good. It looks like. So I don't know about that.
I think this goes into the theme that young quarterbacks can be as good as their support system and the skill players around them, also the coaching staff and the organization. I love that you mentioned that college football playoff game. C.J. Stroud says he now watches that highlight before games to remind himself of what he can do. And that's when we learned he can use his legs. Let's listen to the quarterback mic'd up and see a little bit how he used that against the Chicago Bears.
Good ball, boy. Don't let him get in here. You get in here. Play the game with him now.
Stroud under immediate pressure, scrambles out to the right side. CJ as he throws downfield. Caught by Nico out of bounds. Come right off the edge here. They got you, right? No, they don't. Then you end up with these great athletes escaping. Patrick Mahomes, all those guys. And look at that throw on the run, right on the money. He's back in completion. Make the big decision. How the play recognizes that pressure.
You've heard it and seen it. I would love to show you how this play breaks down. Here, you're going to see Kyler Gordon. He's going to give you a nickel blitz with Joe Mixon fanning to pick him up, and they're going to try to peel the guard back to pick up Darrell Taylor. Both of them whiffed. Now, let's watch C.J. Stroud and what he did learn about himself in that college football playoff game against Georgia. He escapes to the right. Look how Nico Collins ties in with this quarterback, scramble drill, catches the football on the sideline, a perfectly dropped dime. Understanding that you already have your franchise quarterback, Chad, what should the Houston Texans be doing to build around C.J. Stroud?
Listen, they've already done it. Look at the additions and having Diggs and bringing Mixon in and already drafting very well and Nico Collins and Tank Dell. All you do is you have a small window of opportunity to take advantage of that until you have to pay the quarterback.
Coach, you hear Chad saying build around your rookie while you can to go win a championship. But there are some warning signs to that because you have to win it. What do you think the Texans should be thinking right now?
Well, look, I think there's no question that they've got to think about there's going to be a bill for C.J. Stroud. And, when do they want to get into that? They're okay this year. They're okay next year. But I think they need to start saving their money.
Hey, they absolutely need to save their money. We showed you that graphic. Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud are the exact same age. There's a little more experience in the NFL for C.J. Stroud. Watch what happened when he tried to share that with the #1 overall pick from 2024.
Hey. Good job out there, bro. Yeah. Hey, stop taking those hits.
Yeah, I know.
Learn from those mistakes, and everything that you got, bro, is in you already, bro. You're going to be a hell of a player in this league. All right, boy. For sure.
I don't think it matters how young you are, how great you are in football. If somebody older than you who has more experience comes to you and gives you advice. I remember this guy, Mike Gandy. Most people might not know who he was. His tackles,
Never
swing
heard of
tackle for the Cardinals. I'm a young guy. He pulls me aside after the game and gives me advice. Like, I'm soaking that up. And we got our butts kicked that day, like most days at the Edward Jones Dome, right? We weren't great, but But I do think, like, if he gets another opportunity, I hope they talk offline.
I think what you have to do is understand the players. I've been around CJ a ton. He's a real one.
He's real.
Right? If you want to know what I'm saying, like CJ Stroud isn't doing things for TV. CJ Stroud isn't doing things because
That
he's
came to
mic'd
his
up,
mind right
right?
at the moment.
He's authentic.
Yeah.
And now I do understand Caleb's position. The one position is, hey man, I won a Heisman. I'm the number 1 overall pick. I'll figure it out too. But the thing is this. That's the thing they use to knock you down. That's the thing they use as
They
a
don't give
negative
him
to you.
ammo. Don't
They-
give him ammo.
Right.
You're giving me ammo right here.
Exactly. You think you know everything. You're too arrogant to listen. And so when you understand that the cameras are always on, the microphones are always on, I think there's certain ways you should handle yourself. I'm a huge Caleb fan. I think Caleb will be fine. I think we're in this Insta-face world where people want their dividends paid
on it
right away. Right? Blue check right away for Coach on the Insta-face. That means you're verified, Coach. That means you are
real.
who you are. What's also real is later on, Coach will bring you his game plan for the Saints versus the Eagles. Which, hey, you know what's next? Yeah. Ocho Predicto. Swear to God. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to predict that. Oh, my bad. We'll be right back.
I've been predicting right now. Like, if you go my way, I'm gonna be open. We're gonna kiss the baby today. Yeah, in the back of the end zone. Touchdown. Nice.
I've been correct since day one.
Now, for the segment when you can't predict what Ocho will say. Chad went 3-0 last week, bringing his record to 5-2 in Ocho Predicto. We're going to start with a pretty easy one, I think. We got the Miami Dolphins at the Seattle Seahawks.
Listen, I really wouldn't say it's easy, but it is the Dolphins playing with a backup quarterback in Skylar Thompson against Geno Smith, who is on fire. So, listen, Seattle has the number 2 pass defense in the NFL through 2 weeks, only allowing 128 yards per game. They're playing a backup quarterback. So, you know who is going to? I have Seattle winning 21-14.
So what you're saying is the backup quarterback ain't going to be as good as the starting quarterback, but you have to remember Geno was once a backup quarterback.
But what you have to understand also is there's a reason that the backup quarterback is the backup quarterback to the backup quarterback. And that is why Seattle is going to win the game.
All right, so this one I want you to choose wisely, bro. Okay. The Chargers at Pittsburgh.
You talk Jim Harbaugh Chargers?
Yeah.
The Jim Harbaugh Chargers that has them running the ball like crazy? Listen, I'm not even a stat guy. I've never been a stat guy, but I got a stat for you guys. I want you to listen to me close. Stay with me now. J.K. Dobbins is the first player since Jim Brown in 1963 to rush for 120 yards on less than 20 carries in each of his first 2 weeks of the season. So you know what that means? As great as the Steel Curtain defense, as great as the black and yellow defense is supposed to be, the Chargers are going to win 21-10.
Let me see this card. Let me see it. That's what happens to cards at Heinz Field. We don't care nothing about that. T.J. Watt, Minka Fitzpatrick, Patrick Queen. We'll talk about this next
All
week.
that doesn't matter if you can't score points. And if you look at the Steelers' offense, they haven't scored over 17 yet.
So now all of a sudden it's about the Pittsburgh Steelers not scoring points when before this Chargers run game was so good.
Yes, the Chargers' run game is good. And also, you know what the Chargers also do? They score points, something that the Steelers haven't. They haven't scored over, 17 this season?
They scored 18 in the first game. Thank you
Oh,
very much.
wow.
Okay, let's get to KC at Atlanta.
Oh, my goodness. Listen, I'm not a stat guy, but I'm going to give you stats again. Patrick Mahomes is 2-0 versus Raheem Morris defenses, averaging 300 yards a game. It's not going to change Sunday, especially after a bad showing against my Bengals. I have the Kansas City Chiefs winning 35-21.
Well, also, too, think about this. It's not just about Raheem Morris.
Yes.
It's about what he has at his disposal. When you have the A.J. Terrell, the Mike Hugheses, the Jesse Bates, and Justin Simmons, those players can make plays on the ball. And Patrick has been prone to interceptions, especially looking at last week.
Yes, but if you understand, even with those players, you're still Patrick Mahomes. And after a bad showing last week, I guarantee you, for those of you listening at home, he's not going to repeat what he did last week, regardless if he had a bunch of superheroes playing for the Falcons.
Well, we will check back with Ocho Predicto next week. But later on, Coach gives you his game plan for the Saints versus the Eagles. And it's America's favorite segment. Up next, we give you our football guy.
This light skinned man, you got your phone right here?
I can't tell you. He's the guy from the window.
He's a football guy. You guys seem way too sure. I feel like y'all slipping through a little something, man, to win each. Ain't no way I'm always gonna lose. Now, you know why you lose? Because you give too much information. I'm not telling you what I heard. I'm telling you what I know. Wow. Well, people are saying. People are saying. Welcome to our favorite segment, Football Guys, where Coach Belichick just picks people who played for him or people who pitched to him, people that he already knows. So far, we've seen Jawan Jennings win. We've seen Keon White win. And crazy, Chris Long presented him. He played for New England. Coach drafted Keon White, so of course he had to pick him. So Chris, who was last week's winner, gets to go first.
Listen, I don't like, all the awards and the banner ceremony to open the season, so let's just get to it. Coach, guys, let's play a game of Who Am I, shall we? Would that be okay? All right, Coach. I'm the only quarterback in the NFL that's thrown for 250 yards every game this season. All right? Warm-ups, these other quarterbacks, they need to warm up. I don't warm up. I'm a football guy. Okay? Sunday I went out, I threw the ball over those mountains, as Uncle Rico would say. You might not know who that is. I went right at the corners from that vaunted Baltimore defense. Come on. People are saying that I am Ken Stabler reincarnated. They're saying I got a menthol aura, okay? My name's Gardner Minshew.
Can we see Gardner Minshew?
My name's Gardner Minshew, and I'm this week's football guy. Nice to meet you, Coach.
Minshew in the gun. He's got Zamir White to his right. Brings Mayer into the backfield. The handoff to Zamir. No, Minshew keeps it to the end zone for Adams. And it's caught. Touchdown Raiders. Minshew pulled it out of White's belly. And a quick throw to Devontae in the back middle of the end zone.
So he's thrown for 250 yards all 2 weeks of this season, is what you're saying.
Yes, it's every game this season.
And who are the people that are calling him Ken Stabler?
Just people I've heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chad, go.
Hey, what's up, baby? My football guy is somebody that many of you might not know, but you will know him after I finish this. His name is Dennis Gardeck. He doesn't just look good, he plays good.
Straight drop back for Stafford. Steps up, hit, and sack at the 28 by Gardeck.
How about the Barbarian? The Barbarian.
Hey, there's a rumor that the equipment room tightened all of our pants, cut us down a size. I heard it was to make our asses look better on TV or something. Do you have something to do with that? No?
Listen, my guy Dennis, 2018 undrafted free agent, Sioux Falls, and he went to an HBCU. Did you know that?
That
Did you know that?
is the lead.
Hey, listen. He went
from Motley Crue.
Yeah, he is 6'1", 230. Lucky if he's 6 feet tall. He might even be 6 feet tall. But last week, if you don't know, he had 3 sacks. 3 sacks against who?
Hat trick.
Hat trick. Okay? That's my football guy. He's a career special teamer, but he's emerging. He's emerging as one of the better defensive ends in this league for none other than your Arizona Cardinals.
So what we have right now is a guy in Gardner Minshew that unknown people are calling Ken Stabler.
Yeah,
right. And then we have another guy that are leading. And the best thing that NFL Films has on him
He's got good hair.
is the fact that he has good hair and he likes the way his butt looks in his pants.
He had 3 sacks.
Now you want to talk about a guy?
Like a blue-collar
You want to talk
job,
about a guy that's a baller?
Yeah.
Let me tell you how I know this dude's a baller
Okay.
because he has a ball fade and wears double earrings. That's right.
You think
2
that's a feeling?
diamonds on his ear. It's Blake Cashman of the Minnesota Vikings. You know what he did this week against the San Francisco 49ers with Fred Warner standing on the other side? He was just the best middle backer in the game.
Hit, sacked. Blake Cashman. Eden Prairie go crazy. He's having an awesome game.
13
Stop.
tackles,
Stop.
a sack,
Stop.
3 PBUs,
Stop.
1 that led to an interception by Metellus. Yeah, Fred Warner was out there. Fred Warner balled. Fred Warner played at the height of who he is, and he still wasn't better than Blake Cashman.
Coach, here's my case for football guy. Guy that wears diamond earrings, and he's better than Fred Warner.
He was better than Fred Warner on Sunday. He was better than Fred Warner on Sunday. Your guy, you called Uncle Rico. 13 tackles, a sack, 3 PBUs, 1.
He was a man. He's
Interception.
great. Shout out to B-Flow. Shout out to the defense. But no, come on.
You beat the San Francisco 49ers. You got Brock Purdy running up to Brian Flores. Oh my God, your scheme is crazy. And did he call the plays? You don't have to call the plays because they call the plays around Blake Cashman. He's better than Fred Warner now. Coach, go. I'm just setting up the lead.
Let me get my quad.
I'm just setting up to leave, Coach.
Yeah, man, it's a tough one here, but yeah,
Everybody knows who your two guys are. Mine just comes out of nowhere.
yeah. Like
Ball knowers.
I gotta go, guys.
Are you kidding me?
Blake Cashman, people! A real football guy. You know what I didn't like though, right? When coach is ready to let me down and pick the other guys, he gives this great soliloquy about why the other guys are great. And then he lets me down. With his friends over there and his former players, he just said Blake Cashman. Why can't Blake Cashman get a great lead in? You know why? It's because I played for the Steelers and coach don't want to show me no love. But it don't matter because he picked my guy. I'm a football guy. Blake's a football guy. Bill Belichick's a football guy. And coming back, Gary Owens is not a football guy. But he acts and he's funny and he loves the Bengals. Woo!
I cannot believe this.
Woo!
Great. I like it. I like it.
A dog. A freaking dog. I love you, coach.
I like it. Woo! You might not get another one after the day. Derek, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're tanning well.
Whatever.
No, I'm serious. Hey, no, you're tanning well. I promise.
Because you know my dog down with the brown. He got
He's
down with
down with the brown.
He's down with the brown.
16, 48 seconds to go.
That's what gets you. Pass interference. Kicker number 33. Then they're in field goal range. Rogers kick for the win. He buries it. And the Chiefs win it at the buzzer. 26, 25.
It was a painful Sunday for Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Zach Taylor. It was even more painful for our next guest, comedian and actor Gary Owens. More importantly, a die-hard Cincinnati Bengals fan. How you feeling over there?
Come on, it's Wednesday. We're getting there.
I figured you feel a little better. What has it been like watching this start to the season, and do you believe enough in your team that they can come back from this 0-2 start?
We've done it before. I tell you what, I'm not just saying that because you're ex-Steeler, but I feel better being 0-2 with the Bengals than I would being 2-0 with the Steelers from what I've seen so far.
Why do you feel like that, other than the fact that you're a long-suffering Bengals fan?
Have you seen our quarterback?
They do look better this September than other September. But I'm not a high hurdle. And I walked out of that game and said they might be okay. Well, give me
we're gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine, man. Hey, Gary, I got a question. One of these guys is probably sitting here right now, but let's say the Bengals get back to the Super Bowl. You get a suite. You get to fill it with 4 of your favorite all-time Bengals, but they gotta be good Hanks too. And I figured Chad's one. Who are the other 3? Or is there a dark horse?
He didn't say I was one.
Well, I'm trying to give him to you because I don't want to leave you out. That'd be awkward.
Right.
We'll go Chad. We'll go Husman Zada. We gotta get the tandem back together.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Sounds like a boring franchise.
Yeah, I mean that's the only 2 guys you got.
Just 2 on your
I
team.
want to make sure they're good. I don't. Look, I'm not gonna go. I don't want to be like. I'll go Ray Maluga.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I like that.
Ray, that's gonna be good.
Just for nostalgia's sake, I'll probably throw Icky Woods in there.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question about, our brother Jamar Chase, who you can see was visibly frustrated in this game against the Chiefs. I just want to know your thoughts on the contract situation and what do you think the Bengals should do at this point going forward?
Pull up the Brinks truck. You gotta pay him.
Thank you, common sense.
You gotta pay him a lot. At the end of the day, you gotta pay him. You're either gonna pay him now or pay him later, but you're gonna pay him.
Yeah, and the funny thing, if you wait later, it's going to be even more.
With that, G, give me your prediction for the Cincinnati Bengals this year. Since you said you've seen them rebound before, how do they rebound? How much do they rebound? And where does this team end up?
14-3, Super Bowl champs.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I love you, Gary. Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow went to what college?
LSU.
They went to LSU. Where's the Super Bowl this year?
New Orleans.
Show me a better storyline than that. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, Ryan, let me tell you a funny Ben Roethlisberger story.
All right.
So, this is a true story. He was a sophomore in college, and I was at the little local bar there. I started hitting on this chick, and as she was leaving the bar, she goes, my boyfriend's a, I said, give me a number. She goes, my boyfriend's a quarterback. I go, like he's going pro.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Hey, you know, G, we appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Gary.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Gio. Baby, have a good one. And later, Coach Belichick will bring you his game plan for the Saints and the Eagles. But as we go to break, we bring you our Wire of the Week. It's Chris Jones versus the Bengals.
Uh-oh, we about to score it now. Let's go!
All I need is the picket, baby. All I need is the picket. Right side of the field. Burrow steps up. He's inside. Chris goes over the top. So Marcus underneath. He probably split that sack.
Let's give me half a super stack. Let's go!
A football set. Carson Steele. Make it to him with a quick pass. Big touchdown. Kansas City. What a game was.
This is the game plan with Bill Belichick, brought to you by Infinity. The New Orleans Saints offense has been explosive in the first two games, scoring 91 total points, the sixth most in NFL history through the second week. Now, Coach Belichick is going to take you through the game plan of what the Philadelphia Eagles are seeing. But to know the New Orleans Saints, you have to know the history of where their offense coordinator comes from. Coach, take it away.
Well, exactly, Ryan. To know the Saints offense, you have to know what the story is behind the Saints offense. And that all starts going back to Mike Shanahan. Chad?
Yes, sir.
Most important person on offense for you as a defensive player is who?
The play caller.
The play caller. The play call. And there it is right there. There are the plays. And who is this, Chad?
That is Mr. Kubiak, sir.
Which one?
The daddy. That's Gary.
That is Gary. Played for Coach Shanahan. All right. And so there he is working with Coach Shanahan as a coach in Denver after his playing days. And so if we go back and look at this offense, all right, this is Elway, this is Terrell Davis, and this is their famous play, the stretch play. Here the ball's tossed, but the idea is to get the ball to the outside of the defense, to get the defense to run, and if they don't get there, then take it, and if they over pursue, then to cut it back. But this play was really, and this blocking scheme was really made famous by Mike Shanahan, his offensive line coach, Alex Gibbs. The other plays that go with this are the boot, whether it's the naked boot where Elway, in this case, comes out on his own, or where he pulls up in the pocket to run a two-man route to get the ball down the field. These plays come off of the stretch action, and that's really the foundation of the offense. The stretch play, which can hit anywhere, and then the boot or the half-roll boot. And there he is right there. So Gary Kubiak was the backup quarterback to John Elway for the Denver Broncos. And here's a shot of him right here, warming up as the backup quarterback. Chad, what do you think about that jacket?
The jacket is nice, Coach. That's probably retro, which you can find on StockX.
Okay, so that's Gary Kubiak as a player, and now Gary Kubiak as an assistant coach of the Broncos. And who is this, Chad?
I think that might be Clint Kubiak.
That is Clint Kubiak, right? And what do you think his offense is going to look like?
Like Gary Kubiak.
Like Gary Kubiak. There you go. All right, so we got the big four here. All right, and we know we've already identified this. This is Coach Shanahan, right? Mike Shanahan. That's Gary Kubiak. All right, Chris?
That's John Elway.
That's John Elway. And Chad, for extra credit, who is this right there?
That's Kyle Rudolph Shanahan, Coach.
That is Kyle
I
Shanahan.
like his haircut.
So we have Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan We have Gary Kubiak and Clint Kubiak, who we saw in the dressing room, connects from Denver to Denver as the head coach. All right, to Kyle to Clint. Offensive philosophy, offensive system. There it is. There's the big four. So Kyle Shanahan brings us to the 49ers offense. All right, and Chris, what do you think they're going to run? What running play are they going to run?
Oh, they're going to run stretch.
They're going to run the stretch.
And hit anywhere, coach.
Who's at the point of attack?
Everybody.
Everybody. Everybody's at the point of attack. Everybody's got to hold their gap, set the edge, play the cutback. All right, so here's the stretch. And that ball can hit anywhere across the field. All right, so it's team defense is the only way to stop the stretch play. We got to set the edge. Here's McCaffrey. Stretch, and cut. All right, and you get a good back into the secondary. Terrell Davis. All right, Christian McCaffrey, guys like that. All right, it's all over. And with the stretch, Ryan, comes what?
The boot, coach.
The boot. And Chris, how tough is that on the defensive end?
It's really hard because you're used to playing the stretch all day, and you want to wait a rush. This ain't the time.
That's right. And so you can see against Jacksonville, you got everybody running and chasing the stretch. All right, and here comes Purdy out there on the boot, and who's got him?
Nobody right now.
Nobody. Looks like he got out to practice early. Where's the rest of the defense?
Covering two guys.
Yep. Let's find the receivers. Okay. Not everybody goes out. A lot of play action. It's usually three receivers that are out, and maybe a fourth guy in a check down. But linebackers got to look behind and find these crossing patterns, find these intermediate routes, and it'll be somebody that's trying to run through the defense. Got to find the receivers. But there's nobody out there on the quarterback, and it's an easy touchdown to use check. So we know the 49er offense, that's going to be the Saints offense. And the play caller, again, Chad, is who?
Clint Kubiak.
Clint Kubiak. So what play are we going to see? What running play are we going to see? Chris?
We're going to see a lot of stretch.
We're going to see the stretch. And who's at the point of attack on the stretch?
Everybody, coach.
Everybody. Even a backside corner, the front side tackle, the front side corner or safety support guy, whoever it is. This ball can hit anywhere and usually does. Ooh. Nobody on the backside, get cracked here, and we got trouble. And along with the stretch, Ryan, we got what?
The boot, coach.
The boot, all right? And what do we know about this guy?
Flat out speed.
Right. Get back. Get back. Look, they only got a couple receivers out. These two guys are barely crossing the line of scrimmage. Turn around and find that in cut, find that crossing pattern, and make sure that we take care of the deep field player who's clearing us out. So here's our three-level pattern. They love this, right? We're deep, intermediate, and then some kind of short check down. Got to do a good job on a run, and then got a transition rush in the passing game.
Hey, Coach, can I grab the remote? I want to show people how you score 91 points in 2 games.
Sure. Let's do it.
Now, here's the thing. Coach was nice about it. Coach took us through the history of how we get to Clint Kubiak and the New Orleans Saints. I want to take you through the short history of the first 2 weeks and what happened with the New Orleans Saints and how Rashid Shaheed has put his stamp on the game. Now you know what they're watching right now. The New Orleans Saints are there and they're saying, "Look what we did the first 2 weeks." Here's the first thing. This is Rashid Shaheed. What school did he go to?
Weber State.
He went to Weber State. And here's the quarterback, Derek Carr. What school did he go to, Chris?
Didn't he go to Fresno State?
Fresno State. These guys aren't even in Power 4 conferences. Their teams can't go to the college football playoffs. But let me show you what's going to happen here. We're going to get a post here by Shaheed, and then we're going to get a crosser by Olave. Coach already showed you this. This is what they want to run. They want to push the football down the field. We're going to work on this guy right here in the middle of the field because he didn't get coached up. He doesn't play for Coach Belichick, and he's going to get pulled out of the middle of the field by the dig. Here we go. Let's start the play. Everything's happening just like we said it's going to happen. Now, as he's pulled out of the middle of the field by the dig, see this guy? When you see a guy in this posture, Coach told you what? Get back. He ain't back enough. Now, if you look at Derek Carr, the one thing that Derek Carr knows is what? I do buys and tries. Buys and tries help me throw the football where? Far. This is what's going to happen. This is far. J.C. Horn, his dad once pulled a telephone from under the dang goalpost. You know what he should have been doing? Running to that same goalpost because that's where he got beat. But you know what?
This is what I love about the Dallas Cowboys. Mike Zimmer, he's an educated guy. He has wisdom. He has experience. Because he said, you know what? We're going to put two guys back there. So this time, when we get the post, they're going to be able to stop it. Now, we're smarter. We saw it the first week. Hey, coach, you know what? Sometimes when you look at this, oh, that guy's on top. Oh, this DB's ready to go. Some people would say he's not going to throw it. What do we learn about Derek Carr? Buys and tries. And what happens when you have buys and tries? You throw it far. Here, look where he threw the ball. We're going to throw the ball right now. Bombs over Baghdad. It's a wrap. Rashid Shaheed in the end zone. So here's what I'm saying. If we have Rashid Shaheed, who went where? Weber State. If we have Derek Carr, who went where? Fresno State. If we have Clint Kubiak, who learned from Gary Kubiak, who learned from Mike Shanahan, and also you tie Kyle Shanahan in there, you know who they were throwing the football to? Rod Stewart. Rod Smith. Rod Stewart makes songs.
The singer? Yeah.
Okay?
A coach.
Well, we're throwing it to Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah.
And if they throw it to Rashid Shaheed and we don't stop him, it could be another 40-point game.
But you know what I see watching that? The backers and the D-line slow down when you play the Saints team.
Why though?
Because of the threat of run and play action pass. It slows everybody down.
Quarterback under center.
Quarterback under center.
Quarterback under center.
It's been a lost art in this game. This team is an ode to what the Denver Broncos used to be, the San Francisco 49ers have become, and now the New Orleans Saints. But what this place always was and always will be is the house that the Sables built. It's been 12 years since we lost Steve Sable. We miss his Post-it notes, we miss his great ties, and we miss the stories that he used to tell. I know, Coach, you have fond memories of the Sables as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate what the Sables did to preserve the history of football.
Tonight, it's Wednesday, but next week, you can catch us on the CW at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 Central. See you guys next week.
Switch to Square and join over 4 million businesses worldwide. Switch to fast setup and even faster checkouts. Switch to making every sale the way you want and the way they want too. Switch to one system connecting every tool to every task, even as your business grows. Gain time and peace of mind with tools that bring everything together. Switch to Square today. Visit square.com to get started.
Go get you one. Show one of his blocks. Go get you one. Oh, no, it's either of you. You know it, man. You watch that for hours.
Oh, it's so good.
Like a football machine.
Trust the man next to you, trust you. This week on Inside the NFL, we're talking Eagles. Guys, that's a complete team win. When we pick our football guy of the week.
An honor and a privilege. I'm like Titans coming out in the prime.
Hall of Famer Ed Reed joins us. And Coach Belichick has the game plan on the Steelers' dominating defense. Here comes Wasp screaming off the edge.
We got some guys we got to talk about. Andy Dalton, first quarterback this season in the NFL with 300 plus yards and 3 touchdowns.
Welcome to Inside the NFL, brought to you by Infinity. And obviously, nothing stays the same. And that's the theme of this year. Their changes, their evolutions, and their second chances. Ocho Cinco, Chad Johnson, you were there in Vegas to watch the Carolina Panthers finally win their first game with Andy Dalton at the helm. What stuck out to you?
I mean, what stuck out to me was the stats that Coach just read off. He had 300 plus yards. He had 3 TDs, 0 interceptions, but that's what you expect from a 14-year veteran. He has 3 Pro Bowls under his belt. So you expect someone coming in at the helm to look better than the second-year player that's coming out of college. So to me.
So how many times did you get checked though? Because you last week were talking real big about the skill players in Carolina.
Before the game, I walked the field, saw Devontae Adams, saw a couple of players. I saw Adam Thielen. And Adam Thielen, came to me, we don't have any skill players. That's what we're saying. And I said, I didn't mean it like that. Just the passion in which I was upset that they benched Bryce Young and him not having the tools around him to succeed was what I meant. And I meant no disrespect to you guys, and they showed up and showed out.
Dalton taking a shot to the end zone. It is caught. Magnificent pass from Dalton. This was a Panther team that dominated today.
Coach, how different must that feel for Dave Canales and that team?
Oh, a lot different. It looked like a lot of relief and a whole different energy than what we saw the first 2 weeks. So, there's a little bit of that feeling when you lose back-to-back bad ones like that, like, are we ever going to win another game? Yeah. And you can see the energy, and I'm sure that, they're trying to build on that and try to carry over into next week with it.
Well, there's a second chance or third chance there for Andy Dalton in Carolina, but there's been a second chance for Justin Fields, and his resurgence has really brought the young quarterback alive, and I think it's the belief that his team and his coaches have in him.
Ball the 5-yard line, 3rd and 3. Fake it, Fields runs into the end zone off the left side. And the first rushing touchdown of the season for the Steelers. Nice job, Justin Fields. You want to lump them up and then put them on their charter and send them back west. How good job. They tried. Now pass over to the middle field. It's not off. He has the step. Off the head. Second and 7, 35. 1st and 10, second and 4, 1st and 10. You know what I'm saying? We're living right. Staying on time, playing on schedule. That's all we got to do.
Hey, you know what they say, man? If you live right, they give right. Chad, when you're looking at Justin Fields and the way he's now playing in Pittsburgh, what do you like about the young quarterback?
Listen, everything. He's doing everything right. One of the most important things, he's not turning the damn ball over. Arthur Smith, that relationship between him and Arthur Smith is perfect. It's like when you first meet a woman, you court her. When you first meet a woman, you try to do all the things right. The honeymoon phase, and that's exactly what Arthur Smith and Justin Fields are in. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're 3-0.
And not try to do too much. You got a great defense there. You don't need to go out and score 48 points to win in Pittsburgh. That's not the situation. So take care of the ball, don't turn it over, take advantage of our scoring opportunities, and find a way to win a close game.
Like, you see the pressure off of Justin Fields. His last stop, he had to be Michael Jordan. They wanted him to save the Bears franchise. These franchises are figuring out that, like, I don't want to buy the new car, and drive that thing off the lot. It depreciates immediately. Let somebody else put the mileage on that thing. The NFL's catching up to something. If we have a coordinator, we have the setting that we can place a quarterback in, it's beneficial to have a Geno. It's beneficial to have a Jared Goff. It's beneficial to have a Baker, a Sam Darnold. Sometimes these assets are distressed, and we should buy them low. You know what I mean? And I think the NFL's figuring that out. Some people take big swings. They want to solve it all in one player. But this is the happy medium that I think works.
Very similar to what Arthur did at Tennessee with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
That was another guy that he took from Miami, and really, they won with him down there.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing to have a coach like Arthur Smith who's been through this before, and to be able to say that to Justin Fields. Look, I was with Ryan Tannehill, a guy that they thought couldn't play in Miami, and look what he became. He became a Pro Bowl player. He got us into the AFC Championship, and I do believe that having sort of that experience and being able to communicate that is huge. But there's the team in Washington that probably doesn't need a second chance.
That's the big, so you buy that new car.
Yeah, like I'm about to say.
Take a Bentley or something.
Exactly. Like, they didn't get a Honda. Hey, they didn't get a Honda Accord.
No.
Right? They went out and they got Jaden Daniels. You draft him 2nd overall after winning an Heisman. And it's kind of hard to say, hey, this was his breakout.
This is your guy.
This is his breakout performance. But Chris, you're watching that and you're playing against Joe Burrow, a guy from LSU who won the Heisman just like you, went 1st overall. He's been to Super Bowls. He takes his team down the field and scores.
Yeah.
Right? Jamar Chase is gritty in the end zone, and then you get the ball. What did that drive teach you about
that drive is exactly it. I mean, it's like this team's back is against the wall. Bengals, you got them at home or on the road in prime time. That place is ready to erupt, and it did in the first 5 minutes of the game. Like, since he already scored, they're going to dictate the terms of this game. It's going to be loud. The top's going to blow off this place. But all he did was get the ball, convert on 3rd down, convert on 4th down. That was one of the calmest snaps of the game for him, and there were so many where they snuck McCaffrey in behind Pratt, and he's just patient. And I think, like, the way he plays like a vet, it's ironic because last year when C.J. Stroud went to Cincinnati and outdueled Joe Burrow, that's when at least I knew he was real. And I feel like we didn't have to wait real long to figure out that Washington found a guy who's real.
Absolutely. Chad, you were there.
Yeah.
What was it like watching Jaden Daniels operate in person?
Man, it was dope. To be so young, I still don't understand how players can be so young and still be so comfortable and so poised in the pocket like that. And then seeing his energy and passion on the fourth down and gesturing to the coach, man, let's go for this. I got it. And then having the poise to complete that pass, that lets me know he's arrived in some sort of way.
The throws were jaw-dropping. Like, we all agree this kid could be special, but can we shout out the supporting cast? I thought it was a foregone conclusion that the Chicago Bears had set the table better than anyone in the history of football for a rookie quarterback, and we just glossed over this thing. The offensive line, 2.8 seconds to pressure.
Good protection aired out. McLaurin, he's got it.
McLaurin, thank God for him. He thought he was going to go his whole career catching the ball from 5 guys a year. They're going to get to know each other real well, and that's a marriage that's going to work out great.
They're down at 7. This one is long for McLaurin. He's got it. Touchdown. This is the coming out party for Jaden Daniels. I mean, this young man has been sensational.
If you're the Washington Commanders, you change ownership, you change your head coach, you've changed the culture, and probably found your quarterback for the next decade and a half. That's a good place to be in week 3 of 2024. But when we come back later on, Coach Belichick gives us his game plan for the Steelers versus the Colts. But we're going to head down to the other team from Pennsylvania as they visit the Big Easy.
I'm so proud of you. That's how you respond.
That was a big response for the Philadelphia Eagles after a Monday night heartbreaker. Chris, but your team was up against it, bro. If I told you they got a punt block, right? They turned it over twice, once in the red zone on a Matthew interception.
Herschel throw to the end zone, and that's picked off in the end zone.
No AJ, no Devontae, no Lane Johnson. What would you say?
If I woke up Sunday morning and heard this, I'd have said the Birds lost. But on top of that, we knew what this game was going to be about. If they didn't stop the run, it was curtains for them. As a former Eagle, I couldn't have been more proud of that front who took a lot of lumps last week. And they should have. But they stepped up and they dictated the terms of this game.
Coach, what sort of defensive effort was that by the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah, certainly the best of the year. Much better job of stopping the run. And as you said, keeping the points down against New Orleans is all task. And they did a great job of it on the road.
It was Saquon Barkley who didn't finish the Monday Night Football game against Atlanta like he wanted to, but he did finish this one in New Orleans.
Ready. Yes, sir. Ready.
3-0. Barkley to his left. But he has been the biggest weapon. So they keep it on the ground with Saquon Barkley. He breaks free. He's going to go. Touchdown. Saquon Barkley. Well, that's breaking it wide open.
Saquon Barkley, you can see him there just absolutely gassed. And I don't think it was just about the 65-yard run, but you get into a new place and the coach puts it on your back to make a play or to make a catch. You want to show your new team that you're going to show up in those big moments, and to come back this week and sort of make that imprint, I think that's huge for him.
Huge. I mean, he's from a distance, he's the type of teammate you want. A lot of guys might point fingers and the whole thing. He was accountable. I just was so happy for him to break that run. By the way, Lattimore cuts off almost any other back in the NFL. I mean, he got to 21 miles an hour, 5 yards on the field. It's like, that should be illegal, and it's why he's got to get touches.
Chad, for a guy like Saquon Barkley, how does his rebound make you feel about what he's made of from an intangible standpoint?
I mean, his rebound, based on what happened against Atlanta when he did drop that third down, it's a good thing for him to be able to rebound and show your teammates and the fans that, listen, you can continue to count on me in certain situations. I'm going to always show up, as opposed to, I mean, how I did all the talking before the game, so I had no choice but to show up. And there were times where I had to take accountability because I didn't come to the party like I should have. So seeing him perform like that, was really good.
Saquon and I actually texted a little bit, and he wanted to know what he could do differently to help his team. But I just remember what it's like being in a new locker room, right? When I took over for Chris Hope in Pittsburgh, man, I would go to every function, right? If they had a charity function, a volunteer basketball game, if it was a cookout, I was there because I was trying to make friends.
Yeah.
And then I remember we playing the Bengals and we get a glance, right, of Skinny, and I make a big hit, and here comes James Harrison onto the field. He's like, "No, you a Steeler," and he legitimately said, "Now we'll talk to you."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, that's what it takes." Like you have to make a play to be talked to, but it was saying that in order to earn the trust in this locker room, you have to show up. And Saquon Barkley did that this week, but I also love what Patrick Mahomes did post game in accepting accountability for his team, and so did you, Coach.
That's true leadership.
Luckily for me, I'm not playing my best football, and we're still getting wins. So I got to get better to make the offense better.
If everybody else on the team looks at Mahomes, who's clearly their best player, and said, "Hey, that's the way he feels," then I got to get going too. Lamar did the same thing when playing back from after the ball.
Somebody got him on Snapface Live.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what Snapface is, Coach? You know what I mean?
No, I gotta get that.
I didn't want to kill him. Like, that's my brother, you know. I know he's gonna do what he do, but it's like, man, not right now. I'm a little ticked off, like how the game went. That's all.
That's real leadership. It really is. And you know, in the Philly situation, great job by Coach Sirianni and his staff. Short week. Sometimes that can be an advantage where you can't linger on that tough loss against Atlanta. You got to move on right away and get that bad taste out of your mouth, and they did in New Orleans.
That was a battle.
Yeah.
That was a battle.
But your boy Jalen Carter kind of cut up.
I know
game.
he did, but I just want to say this for anybody at home that's like, what is he doing? And you know how this feels. To play in a game like that where there's dirty hits, like there's no place for that. But in a situation like that, that's exactly what I want to see for Jalen. If I was his teammate, I said, keep talking. If that's what it's got to be for you to play like that, if you need to come to the stadium like that, like tell me what I have to do to piss you off, and I'll do it every Sunday. Because I love that. This kid can be special. I need that every week. Once you show me, I need it all the time.
But there's another guy that's making a ton of disruptions, and that's Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings. Chris and Coach are going to take you into how he's turning up the heat on opposing offenses. And after that, we bring you Ocho Predicto. You won't want to miss it.
Coach, one of the biggest stories of this young season is the Minnesota Vikings. And I think a lot of it starts with the defense and they're playing games on their terms. What do you see when you look at this defense?
Well, they've done a great job of getting ahead, playing from ahead, and as a defensive play caller, it's a lot easier that way. As you know, Chris, where you tee off, rush the passer, run some games up there. They've done a great job with their disguise, where it looks like they're coming, then they come, then they back out, then they rush three, then they run blitz zero.
You know, a lot's made of how much they blitz, but you can't blitz this much if you don't have players that nail the details. And there's guys that when you look at this cut up, absolutely nail the details. So I want to show you a third down here. This is San Francisco. Okay, they're walking 5 guys up on the line of scrimmage. I think the details show up here when you look at these 2 edge rushers on the right. You got Van Ginkel and Jones.
This is a truck game. Van Ginkel coming around to the left, truck left right into the quarterback's throwing arm. And a great job by both the edge rushers of collapsing those tackles.
Van Ginkel with a great angle. And I love what Jones here, who's come on this year from Grassfield High in Virginia, Chesapeake, Virginia. He's playing on turf out here, and he's dominant. But this is how you cave a pocket. And the best way to finish a well-designed blitz is in a phone booth. Let's check out the next one. You know, Cashman's off the ball here, and anytime you're running a TE, basically a tackle first, end wrapping, whoever it is in that big gap, that guy might say, hey, I'm not going to win. I'm giving myself up for the end. But usually that guy does win.
Cashman does a nice job on the pick of ricocheting off of Williams, who's just really not aware of the pick like he should be, and Cashman ends up getting sacked.
And on the other side, the thing I love about this is Grenard. Grenard, I don't know if he has a plan, but he's basically checking whoop ass here, Coach.
Good 5-man rush there, tough on the offensive lineman.
This would make Monty Kiffin blush a little bit.
Here they are. They're all up there. Here they come.
This is Tampa.
Nope.
This is Tampa 2 out of a double mug look. And for people at home, like, they don't ask guys to do this. Derek Brooks could have done it. Fred Warner could do it. But this is the type of thing when you have a Josh Metellus who's like a Swiss Army knife. He could be mugged up in the A and play post safety, basically. Like, this gives you tremendous freedom to show things pre-snap.
Yeah, this is a great disguise. When you go back to the original look, Chris, really you have a blitz zero look here. You know, corners man-to-man. We're 3-on-3 up on top. We got 7 guys on the line of scrimmage ready to go. And then on the snap, it's not blitz zero. They back out in cover 2. It's actually 2 guys. This is Harrison here playing the flat and the corner dropping back to half the field. So and you can see that, you know, they're checked into a protection. Look, there's 2 guys in the backfield. They're in 7-man protection to pick these guys up. But then when they drop out, you see the 2 guys in the backfield don't get out. Quarterback doesn't have anybody to throw the ball to. He just ends up throwing a check down on 3rd and 15.
Pretty good quarterback. They're confusing here.
Yeah.
He's a young quarterback. He's a pretty good quarterback. So a lot's made of our guy, B. Flo, and his scheme. But I also think it's the guys in the locker room, in the film room, that are willing to nail the details. Having the players on the field that can get it done. So let's kick it to a player we have in-house that can get it done. He's 7-3. This is Ocho Predicto.
I've been predicting right my entire life. You go my way, I'm going to be open. You going to kiss the baby today. Chad in the back of the end zone. Touchdown.
I've been correct since day one. Welcome back to the segment that will make Dionne Warwick and Miss Cleo blush because it's Ocho Predicto. And we're going to start here. The Philadelphia Eagles, big win against the Saints. Tampa Bay Buccaneers and your boy Baker Mayfield stumped out by the Denver Broncos. Philly at Tampa.
Listen, Baker Mayfield is going to bounce back. The Bucs are going to bounce back. Last year, Baker Mayfield had 17 commercials. Well, that's exactly how many points the Bucs are going to score. And the Eagles, yeah, you know, I give them 14. The Eagles had success running the ball with Saquon Barkley. But what are the Bucs going to do? They're going to stack the box. Vita Vea is going to eat Saquon Barkley for lunch.
Vita Vea already looked like he ate Saquon Barkley for lunch. All right, let's go to the Denver Broncos and the New York Jets.
Do you understand the Aaron Rodgers that we saw last week?
Yeah, so some Jets fans saying that Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback they've ever seen since Joe Namath.
Actually, it is the best quarterback they've ever had since Joe Namath. I want you to understand that Rodgers has the New York Jets as the best team on 3rd down efficiency. He looks like the Aaron Rodgers of old. I have the Jets 21, Denver Broncos 17.
So now this is a big NFC North matchup, right? This is Minnesota, Green Bay, right? Aaron Jones returning as the running back, right? Minnesota, Brian Flores defense, Sam Darnold resurgence, Green Bay, Jair Alexander getting pick sixes, taking it to the house. Who do you have? Minnesota visits Green Bay.
Listen, this is going to be a very good game. We all know what Flores defense can do. We know what they can do. But I have Green Bay pulling it off 38-28. And what you have to understand, as you'll see later on in the show, my football guy this week, he's a Packer. So I'm picking the Packers.
I have a question. Yes, I have a question. We just saw the greatest coach of all time. Right. We just saw Chris Long do an entire touch stream on the Minnesota Vikings defense. And you're saying that Green Bay's going to score 38 points? How, Sway?
I have a question. Have you seen the multitude of receivers and weapons that either Jordan Love or Malik Willis have at their helm?
I have, but I've also seen Daniel Jones play like he shouldn't be in the league. I saw Brock Purdy, who's one of the best quarterbacks in the world, have to tell Brian Flores, yes, your scheme is crazy. And C.J. Stroud, who we all know and love, actually looked mortal.
You know who's going to win the game, okay? Packers 38-28.
Hey guys, and later on, Coach Belichick brings you his game plan as he previews Steelers versus the Colts. But before that, one of my favorite players, someone that always terrorized Chad, and a guy that gave Bill Belichick gray hairs, Hall of Famer Ed Reed joins us.
I'm like Titans coming out of his prime. Only stop the fight as they start bleeding.
I want you to keep an eye on Ed Reed today. See, I come across on that course. Be aware of Ed Reed, though.
When I tell you he like to go to the other team, like that, he goes to the best safety in the NFL, man, right here.
Oh my goodness, do we have a treat for you. One of the best safeties to ever play the game, one of the best football players to ever touch the field in the NFL. And I'm sorry, Miami, Florida, he is our own Louisiana's legend, Hall of Famer, Ed Reed. What's up, E? How you doing, man?
What's up, Ryan, bro? You too, man. Same to you, bro.
Hey, who do we have here joining us in the interview?
Oh, this is my second son, Udonis. He just woke up, man. The timing is impeccable. I thought he was going to sleep through.
Hey, just like you, man, his timing is impeccable. You are a Ravens legend. How do you feel about their win against the Dallas Cowboys?
It was needed. It was needed for sure. You couldn't drop that one to a team that's struggling in the NFC. We were sitting 0-2, and now you get some good momentum going into this next week, this Sunday night game.
The guy your Ravens are getting to see Sunday night is going to be probably the guy who's playing the best quarterback in the league right now, in Josh Allen. What do you think about him, and would it be as easy to figure him out, or is he a little bit more unpredictable because you don't know what he's thinking?
What's up, my bro? Yeah, man. You know he definitely is an unpredictable guy. You have to hit him. You got to get to Josh Allen when he does get out that pocket. You got to hit him and hit him hard. You got to make him pay for the scrambling. This is going to be a playoff atmosphere early here in September in this season already.
Hey, Ed, I just want to tell you that all my the gray hairs I have here, most of them are from you. Man, how did you get so good at playing safety? Because I know you did it all in high school.
Yeah.
You're offensive player, defensive player, could run, tackle, score.
Yeah, it definitely started when I was a kid. A lot of things I did as a kid that I didn't know was preparing me for my latter days. Shagging balls with my dad constantly in the outfield when I was a kid. As I got professional, man, it was just continuing to do that, Coach. Honestly, working on my art constantly, because we do have an art. It is an art, and you gave me some gray hairs too, Coach, just so you know.
And then, I got to tell you, in punt protection, whenever you came in there, we always changed to hurricane protection, which was double Ed Reed, wherever he is. And I said,
wow,
we might lose to the Ravens, but we're not going to lose on an Ed Reed block punt. I would say the greatest punt blocker that I ever coached against.
Loved it, Coach.
And you talk about a playoff atmosphere. That's what the AFC North felt like every week. And when we go to our production meetings, Chad sort of revisits history in his own mind. And there's a clip of Ray Lewis hitting Chad, and I want to show it to you, and I want you to see it because he said he was about to put hands on everybody.
Man, that's funny.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Yeah.
And so he also says that in the parking lot, you had to stop him from putting hands on Ray.
Ray and we just prayed before the game. We just prayed before the game, and then we like this.
Right.
So I need to have a better understanding on why you delivered that blow in that manner. And so I followed him to the parking lot, but he got in his car, and it was because of Ed. Ed was a savior, and Ed saved Ray that day.
Yeah, man, look, Chad talks so much trash. He do his nonstop. I know one thing, when the ball snapped, Ray didn't care who was on the other side of that field, so brother or not, Ray would have hit his mom if she'd have ran that football.
Oh, man. Ed, thank you so much.
He loved his mama, dog.
Ed, thank you so much, bro. It's always great to catch up with you.
That's huge, bro. So thanks, man.
Man,
and my boy's debut.
Hey, man.
Absolutely. Hey, Ed, is it a D lineman? Is he a D lineman?
Right now in the baby league? Oh, yeah.
That's right.
You see.
Absolutely, man. Little Haloti Nada. We appreciate you, Ed. Thank you so much, brother.
He likes that.
And coming up, we will bring you our football guys. And I'm hoping Coach Belichick picks me again. And Coach Belichick's game plan focuses on the Steelers' vaunted 3-4 defense. But now we have the wire of the week and Indy's head coach, Shane Steichen.
Freaking go. You can hit me harder than that. You can hit me harder than that. Let's go. Let's go. Go, score. Go, score.
Right side gives it Jonathan Taylor. Right side. He's going to touchdown, Jonathan Taylor.
Right there, boom, there it is. Bam, boom. Oh! No, don't fly that. Don't throw that. Don't throw that. No! Bang, bang! Get that. Just bang, bang. Pick it. Punt. system. Hey, this is it right here now. This is it. Let's just go right down the field right now. Use all the clock. We're relying on you guys right now. Pound the rock. We got to pound the rock. Go. 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 There it is. That's it.
They give it to Taylor. Taylor sneaks his way across the goal line. There it is.
Oh, that's it, fellas. Great job. Good job. Good job.
Hey, thank you to the cast and crew of Inside the NFL for naming me Football Guy of the Week. It's an honor and a privilege, and I couldn't have done it without the 10 other brothers on the field with me.
And that is Blake Cashman, our football guy of the week. I have zero idea why he's thanking the cast and the crew of Inside the NFL. He should be thanking me and Coach Bill Belichick, because we are the reason he has that new, fresh Bill Belichick hoodie. And also why Chris has on Peyton Manning's belt, because he's hoping that he can get a little bit of good luck and win. But Coach, before we pitch our football guy, you have one you want to present who's an all-time football guy.
All-time top 100 guy, Ed Reed.
Yeah.
You know, this guy could block punts, returns interceptions. I mean, this guy was dynamite when he got the ball in his hand. He could blitz, he could tackle. He had great range and great ball skills in the deep part of the field. Just the smartest player I've ever coached against on the defensive side of the ball. This guy could figure it out.
You're the best free safety that's ever played this game, and I've seen. You're awesome.
I like guys like Ed Reed.
You're going to be disappointed because the guys that we pick are going to be Ed Reed.
Yeah, hey, Coach, way to go Ed Reed first, and now we have to present our dudes like we're excited to have him. But I'm going to try it, Coach. I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Eagles, Dallas Goedert. This is a dude, when you think about what the Philadelphia Eagles were facing in this game against the New Orleans Saints, no Devontae Smith, no Lane Johnson, playing against the New Orleans Saints that have absolutely blitzed two teams at the beginning of the season. Late in the game, a crosser, he runs the Saints players into each other like the two Stooges or the three Stooges in the middle of the field, Coach. And then he goes 65 yards running like his feet hurt. So much so that Jordan Mailata was like, run faster, Dallas. But that's what a trailer, hey, a trailer, man. Coach, that's what a football guy does. When everything is stacked against us, he stands up.
That was really strategic of you because I can't really say anything about my bird.
I thought Goddard came through when he had to in the game. Like they needed him. They needed Barkley. Two receivers were out. Right tackle's out. Stepped up, made some big plays.
You know who came through at the end of a big game? Leo Chenal. You know who this guy is? He's the strongest guy in the Kansas City Chiefs. You know why I know that? Spags said he is. He's strong as an ox. He plays goal line tight end for them. You see him in a 4-point stance.
Yeah.
He's the mini fridge, okay? He puts people on ice, okay? That's why I call him the mini fridge. He's a football guy. He's a throwback. Give me Leo Chenal.
Love his versatility.
I do
Like on
too.
both sides
Isn't
of
that
the ball.
great with you?
He's tough. Yeah.
Don't you like versatile guys?
I do.
Don't you like big physical linebackers?
Of course.
This guy's 260, Coach.
Yeah.
He's like Coach's Vrabel.
He's Coach's Vrabel.
Andy Reid's Vrabel.
Andy Reid. Yeah.
Listen, Coach, I apologize for you have to sit through these two turmoil guys that really have nothing to do when it comes to the terminology of football guy. But I'm going to show you the definition of what a true definition of a football guy is. By the name, his name is Luke Butkus.
I love him.
Luke Butkus, the last name alone.
Get ready for Dick Butkus, football's doomsday machine.
Think about the family lineage, huh? He's a true football guy. The Butkus name is a legend. Offensive line coach for who? None other than the Green Bay Packers. Can anyone name any of the Green Bay Packers offensive linemen right now?
Sure,
I can't. Can you?
Zach Tom.
Absolutely, you can. But you know why they're playing well? Because of who? Luke Butkus.
If we have an opportunity to get 2 guys on one, let's take it, okay?
He is a football guy. It's hard to argue.
You get
with this
to
one.
exactly.
I'm done this year. I'm
You
done
just
this year.
get the job done. The Green Bay Packers, right? Minus Jordan Love, right? What have they done? They won. And when Jordan Love was there, what did they do with Jordan Love?
This is really compelling.
What's the most important position in order for offense to work? The offense to what? Offensive line. Case closed.
He also looks like he can still block somebody.
Luke Buckus. Just look how he looks, Coach. Look how he looks. That's what you call a football guy by definition and visual reference.
What about the mini fridge?
All right, Coach, you got to make your pick.
Well, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. A
Not tough.
lot of respect for all three guys. I think I had to go with Luke.
That's fair. That's fair. Really good. Really good thing. There you go, bud.
This is what it's about. When we talk about football, guys, this is the true definition of one. Huh? This is what it's all about. I'd like to thank everyone at Inside the NFL. I'd like to thank Bill Belichick.
Can you use the step up?
I like. This is a true football guy. Okay? Take us to Rick Buckus. And up next, we got Bill Belichick and the damn game plan.
That was really good, man. As soon as you turned that thing over,
God.
That was good.
I knew I was. As soon as you did it, I knew I lost.
And then you think you had a chance with those two.
No.
Hey, but here's
Well,
the
I
point.
didn't until I saw
Hey,
him.
as soon as you flipped it, that's why I started hating. You know what I'm saying? Because as soon as I was like, I lost. Hey, bro. Somebody got something to tell you, dog.
That's game face.
Hey, yo. Hey. Tell Ryan how I used to punk you before the game when we played the Steelers.
Welcome to the game plan with Bill Belichick, presented by Infinity. Coach didn't pick my football guy, but he did pick my football team. He's going to give you 30 years of Pittsburgh Steelers defense and also tell you how the coach can stop their outside linebackers. Coach, take it away.
This all started when I was in Cleveland. Coach Knowles' last game with the Pittsburgh Steelers was against my Cleveland Browns, and he beat me 17-10. And after that, they hired Bill Cowher. And since 1992, they've basically been running the same 3-4 defense that's really centered around those outside linebackers. Here's Coach Cowher. All right. And we all know, Chad, that the most important person for the offense on the defense is who?
The defensive coordinator.
The defense coordinator. And who would that be?
That would be Dick LeBeau, coach, my first coach as a rookie when I was in Cincinnati.
Hall of Famer.
Yes, sir.
And then Coach Tomlin came in, and the most important person on the defense for the offense is who, Chad?
Dick LeBeau, defensive coordinator, coach.
What a career he had as a
Yes.
player and as a coach. Man, great person. Love Dick LeBeau. You know, hard-hitting safeties, that's always been a trademark of the Steelers, too. Troy Polamalu, another great, great player. Block the intended receiver.
I got him, Coach.
That's it, Ryan. Get him. Get that intended receiver. Get up and run, Troy. Let's go. Run.
He had a hard time getting over, Coach. He's like a turtle.
There's number 25 coming in there on heat. Good hit. And that was a safety combination right there, 43 and 25.
Man, good days, Coach. Good days.
And the outside linebackers really is kind of the centerpiece of this defense. I mean, it's been a long history. Hall of Fame linebacker here, Kevin Green. Well, he was a problem.
He was shot out of a cannon off the snap.
He was tough. Chad Brown, I had him in New England. Good outside rusher. He was kind of a different guy.
Yeah, he had a reptile thing, Coach. He owned like a reptile farm.
Yeah,
I don't really know
wild
what to
snakes
say
and
other
stuff.
than that. I'm not into reptiles.
There's 95. Here's Lloyd. And Lloyd was a great player. He was tough off the edge. I mean, it was just one outside linebacker after another, and except for Porter, who was 55, they all wore those 90 numbers, and you couldn't tell them from the defensive lineman. This was a big play. I kind of remember this play, Ryan. This is a big play, big sack against the Colts in the playoffs.
Yeah, hey, Coach, this was called Indy Fire Zone. This was in the divisional round of the 2005 playoffs. Coach LeBeau saw something in their protection, and they put this play in this fire zone just for this week.
With a minute 27 to go. Peyton Manning, 4th and 16 from his 12 in the shotgun.
obviously it carried on into the years after, but this was huge for them.
So you call it the Indy Fire Zone 10 years later?
You call it Indy Fire Zone forever, Coach. There were dudes that would come into the building and be like, why in the hell do we call this Indy? And I was like, it doesn't matter, just run it.
Man, I'll tell you, freeing up those outside linebackers on those blitz zones, man, they come in and did some damage. Here he is.
Oh, did he just wake up like that?
Looks like he got his game face on.
Did he skip meals? He's unbelievable.
Hey,
This
he
guy.
never skipped a meal.
Unbelievable.
He never
This
skipped
guy.
a
He
meal.
just came to work ready.
Is that his game face, or is that the way he always is?
That's everyday face, Coach. That is who he is.
I had him in New England, man. He was fun to coach. Here he comes. 5'11", but he was packed.
Yeah.
Chad, you played the Steelers twice a year when you were in Cincinnati. What was that like?
I mean, it was fun, Coach. I knew it would be a true 10-strap game, which is why I tried to establish dominance at the beginning by punking their most scariest players.
That's James Harrison.
Yeah, Coach, run that back. Please show Ryan one more time who established and the person that hits first. Look, boom, right there. I'm in your face, boy.
Love that.
I'm in your face.
And we saw that game face he had. Can we see your game face, Chad? Let's see your game face.
I need some, maybe back in the day, but not right now.
Hey, that was terrible.
It's not working.
It's like, man, you look like one of those snakes shabby.
Not the same lost the snake.
Hey, Coach, what about this new look team? What are some of the guys that play with the Steelers now?
Well, the two guys we're going to center on and focus on are the outside linebackers. T.J. Watt on the offense's right, Highsmith on the left, and Herbig, who backs up Highsmith, who's also gotten some playing time now when Highsmith's been out. So they're very similar in that they have great speed and can come off the edge. Now the Colts have no tight end in location. They're just letting these two guys scream off the edge here. We'll focus on Watt, but this guy can come in, Chris, and get upfield and turn the corner as good as anybody in the league.
Yeah, I mean, top of the rush, he's better than anybody. He really is. And I don't know why that tackle's not split out a little bit more to get out. You know what I mean?
These teams that just let Highsmith and Watt run the edge and run the corner on them with no presence are just asking for trouble. Yeah, now here's Highsmith over here on the left side. This is a good change-up rush here by Highsmith. That, the tackles get so concerned about the edge that every once in a while they come in there and power them. And you don't see this very often, but when Highsmith does it, here he is kind of walking Dawkins back, for the sack. So a nice change-up rush there.
What do you like about that rush, John?
I mean, look, I like the fact that he had a little change up. He went left, right, just to get Deion Dawkins to sit his feet, which make the bull rush a little bit easier to get through him.
Somebody's listening.
Okay, bro. Okay, I see you.
We're turning him into a defensive player.
Should have been a defensive player.
So Herbig got in the game last week against the Chargers. Expect Highsmith to be out again this week, so Herbig will be his replacement. But this is another one of these outside pass rushers the Steelers have. It seems like it's an endless line. And here he is last week against the Chargers. Same thing, inside foot back, good get off, 1, 2, 3, slap the hands, dip, turn the corner, and sack the quarterback. It's just so hard against these guys to have two open edges, no tight end in presence or nobody in location here, to just let Watt and Highsmith, Herbig, whoever it is, come screaming off the edge and turn the corner. It's so much pressure. And then they have good rushers inside, too. And so you get some pressure inside here with the three-man game. These two guys coming off the corner. I mean, for the Colts this week, they can't let this happen or it's going to be a long day.
Tell us how the Colts need to go about stopping the rush of the Steelers this week.
What I would recommend for the Colts is, number one, be careful about leaving two open edges. When the edges are open, force Watt and Herbig into power rushes. Don't let them turn the corner. Make sure you get high enough on them so on that third step, when they try to turn the corner on that third step with their outside foot back, that force them to turn it into a power rush and not run the edge. This is a good job here by the tackle of pushing down on the rusher, getting his hands on his back and on his shoulder pads and not letting them turn that corner. That's a good wide pocket for the quarterback to throw. That's what I think the Colts need to do this week. Again, if you're going to leave the two open edges here, all right, then I would try to do something to disrupt Watt. In this case, the tight end just flinches on him and forces Watt to come down the middle on the tackle so he can't turn the corner. Turn this into a power rush. He's less of a power rusher than he is that edge rusher and don't let him turn the corner. So the Colts this week have a big challenge with the Steelers defense. They're going to have to neutralize the 2 outside linebackers. But the one thing the Colts have going for them is they're playing at home. They don't have to deal with the stupid Steelers terrible towels in Indianapolis.
Well, I tell you what, Coach. You got to deal with it today in the studio. The late, great Myron Cope and the terrible towel. One thing we know about the Steelers fans is that they do travel. And Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson are going to have to deal with these outside linebackers if they want to win. Please don't forget to catch us every Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on the CW. You guys enjoy the games. We can't see the paper, Chad.
It's just call me.
When you order Domino's online, we'll give you a free pizza to use for a future pizza emergency. So you'll have an emergency pizza. A free pizza when you need it most.
There you go. Thank you. You're welcome. Enjoy.
This week on Inside the NFL, we look ahead at some big matchups.
This is why I came here.
Ocho's old friend, James Harrison, joins us. We've got Brock Purdy mic'd up. And Coach Belichick's game plan for the Texans and Bills.
I like to refer to this defense as a spin-the-wheel defense.
First of all, guys, congrats on the win. If you want true momentum in this league, go get us our first divisional win next week. That's all we need.
Who that? Who that ain't gonna beat the Bengals? Who that? Who that? Who that ain't gonna beat the Bengals? No!
Welcome to Inside the NFL, brought to you by Infinity. I'm your host, RC. I'm here with Chris Long with the Amber Dunks, Coach Bill Belichick. Shout out to Navy on the tie pin, and my boy Chad Johnson, decked out head to toe in H&M. The entire fit cost $27. Chad, your Cincinnati Bengals got their first win of the season. How do you feel about this team going forward after that?
I think it's good, especially for the team, for the morale, for the confidence of not just the coaching staff, but also the players, because now you have a very, very important division game. When I think about it from an offensive standpoint, since week one, the Bengals are second in scoring, 70 yards, but the defense seems to be the Achilles heel. So I'm thinking if we can get ahead offensively and force them to get out of the run game, I think we may fare a little better.
Yeah, Coach, before the NFL decided that they were going to throw the quarter system off and give us 17 games, I remember Jim Fassel, who was my first head coach. Coach Fassel would always say, hey, look, we want to win the quarter. You want to focus on trying to be 3-1 or 4-0 in each quarter. Now the Cincinnati Bengals are 1-3. When you look at this point of the season, what are teams doing to assess themselves? How important is that?
Critical time for really every team. There's enough evidence now to know what can I do well, what can our team do well, what can't we do well, what do we got to fix, how are we going to play and win, going forward here. I always looked at the halfway point is if you were 4-4, you want to be 5-3, but if you're 4-4, at least you're probably going to be in the fight all the way. If you're 3-5, and you just do the simple math, you got to win 7 out of 9 games to get to 10 wins. It's not easy. It's just not. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's just not easy to go 7-2 last 9 weeks of the season.
Chris, your former team really has to do a ton of self-assessment this week. The Philadelphia Eagles, while they're on a bye, what are some of the glaring issues they need to address?
Well, I think you look at the schedule and you're like, oh, the bye's too early. The bye's right on time. Okay, the rushers are not special up and down the board for the Eagles, so it's about rushing coverage. And one of the most important positions in the NFL now, you guys know this, is nickel corner. It's the guy that covers the slot guy who can make a big difference. You saw what Godwin and those guys did to him when they picked their matchups last week. And I got numbers here. They're 29th in the league in total receiving yards, giving up to slot wide receivers. They're 31st in yards per attempt. They're 30th in opposing QBR. So this is a position, as y'all know, that's become premium because teams are in base like 15, 20% of the time when you add it up. The Eagles have to figure this one out because the rushers aren't going to magically become special.
I always looked at Cooper DeJean, the rookie from Iowa, as a guy who could play the slot. He was an outside corner there, but I thought he had skills that were fit for the inside. He had a little bit of lateral quickness and agility, but he also assessed and like with vision to break. He was a dude that could get the football, and so I see him as one of those guys that they can look at in that position. But when you look at this team, AJ down, Devontae down, you're missing the tackle. I just think they need to get healthy more than
Gotta get healthy, no question. Maybe the answer at slot corner is in the building. Maybe it's Cooper DeJean, who didn't practice a lot in camp, but it's never too early to throw him in the fire because it couldn't get much worse.
Well, there's a team in the Jets who have Michael Carter, who they paid a ton of money to be the slot corner, so they don't really have that issue. But after their loss to the Denver Broncos this week, they had some other issues, probably starting with their head coach and quarterback not being on the same page in press conference.
We got to figure it out, whether or not we're good enough to handle all the or ready to handle all the cadence. Cadence had not been an issue all camp. Felt like our operation had been operating pretty good. Obviously, today took a major step back.
The cadence specifically, Robert said that might be something you guys have to dial back a little bit. Is that something you think could potentially help the situation?
It's one way to do it. The other way is hold them accountable. I mean, we haven't had an issue. We've had one false start. Morgan had one false start, I believe, until this. So it seems like an outlier. I don't know if we need to make mass changes based on, kind of an outlier game.
Well, it seemed like Aaron Rodgers had receipts on the operating awkward, but we don't want that sort of division and dissension, Coach, post-game after a loss. How do you see the way that situation played out?
Brian, that looked to me like ready, fire, aim. Coach could have handled it a little bit differently. Let's talk about the cadence on Tuesday. Let's figure it out on Wednesday. We're going to change it. We're not going to change it. It doesn't really matter. Let's get all on the same page. I think changing a game plan 5 minutes after the game and then the quarterback having to react to it and all that, it's just not a good look. I would try to settle that off the field, out of the press, and then do whatever you're going to do and do it.
If this was a vacuum, right? If this was the one time seeing that these two guys weren't on the same page, I don't really think it would be a big deal. But you go back into the offseason, Aaron Rodgers planning his trip during minicamp, and then now you have Robert Saleh saying after a game that one of Aaron Rodgers' biggest weapons throughout his career is causing our team problems, and we may have to change it. And then for Aaron to have to answer that, that's a guy that never really holds his tongue in those situations.
I would love it if he stopped hard counting. I mean, he got me up for I would love it today if he stopped hard counting.
You still jumping? I'm still jumping.
So is everybody else in the league. He's one of the best.
Coach, you said you see a little bit of opportunity in some of those in-breaking routes.
Oh, absolutely. Look, the Vikings have a great record. They've done a good job all the way around. But I still think there's some things they got to address. They've had a lot of trouble with in-cuts and passes over the middle. I think that with Aaron Rodgers, if I'm Minnesota, I'm saying you got to be careful with this guy down the middle of the field. You got to be careful about blitzing him. He gets rid of the ball quickly. He reads that. I think this is going to be a big challenge for Minnesota's defense, but this is going to be a good matchup.
When we come back later on, Coach Belichick brings us the game plan for the Bills versus the Texans. And in the next segment, we tap into some of next week's best matchups.
Matchup all day anyway.
Last night was why the Falcons broke the bank for Kirk Cousins. 4 touchdowns, a career-high 509 passing yards, and a huge overtime win. It kicked off what should be some great matchups in Week 5. Every week, the NFL features exciting and compelling matchups, whether it's player versus player, team versus team, or coach versus coach. And in this segment, we're going to bring you the ones that we're most interested in from week 5. And to start, we have a corner wide receiver matchup built in the AFC North that one guy says he can't wait to play again. Well, the wait is over, Chad. We get to see it this week. What are you looking at in this matchup?
Listen, I'm excited for the matchup. Listen, against Baltimore, Jamar Chase has 46 catches, 589 yards, and 4 TDs. Humphrey really hasn't played against him that much. Out of the 7 times the Ravens and Chase has been there and played, Marlon Humphrey's only played 4 of them. Jamar Chase's biggest game coming in week 7 in 2021, 8 catches for 21 yards. Marlon Humphrey saying, I can't wait to play him again. Now we get to see it.
Can Jamar Chase stop the run?
No, sir.
He's not gonna,
He can run, but he can't stop the run.
We might need him in the
Well, that's their biggest problem right now. We know that Jamar can go get it. What you got, Chris?
This is like a shout out wrapped up in under the skies of a matchup. I just love Ed Oliver. I want to talk about Ed Oliver. He's a high motor defensive tackle. He's not a household name, but he will wreck a game. He's done it before for these guys. And Kenyon Green gave up 6 pressures last week, and I think CJ's great at evading edge pressure. But the thing that's tough for any quarterback is that guy up the middle. He can wreck that game, and I expect him to make his impact be felt.
Well, obviously, Coach, we're going to come to you, and we want to look at some of these coaching matchups. You have Mike Zimmer versus Arthur Smith.
Yeah, this is a great one, Ryan. I think that both coordinators are kind of thinking the same thing. Coach Zimmer wants to get Coach Smith off track, create some third down situations so he can run his blitz package. Arthur Smith wants to stay on track. He doesn't want to be in 3rd and long. And so I think it's going to be which coach can stay on track, which coach can get the other one off track. And then if Coach Zimmer can get ahead, he can unleash the pass rush. If Pittsburgh gets ahead, then I think Coach Smith has the game under control, and will play not to turn over and stay and run his offense.
For me, it's going to be Jim Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns, their D coordinator, against Jaden Daniels. If you turn on the film of Jaden Daniels versus the Cincinnati Bengals or the Arizona Cardinals, and you look at what they were able to do last week, getting Luke McCaffrey over the middle, hitting Terry McLaurin in the end zone, I think we've seen all these things sort of evolve as the season's going along. And we know Jim Schwartz is going to bring pressure, whether it's 6-man, 5-man, or man-to-man, that it's going to be a great matchup for Jaden Daniels, so we can truly see how much he's evolved and sort of ascended throughout this season. We talked about him and what we felt against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah,
What did we learn last
are
week?
we out over our skis? Because this guy's amazing. I mean, it's people are like, who's he playing? It doesn't matter when it's 3rd and 7 with the game on the line. He's a free runner. It doesn't matter on 4th and 2. He's got to make those plays. And I think they've set this thing up nice around him. Brandon Coleman, 3rd rounder at TCU, they're rotating tackles. You should be giving props to, the entire front office for bringing in pieces like Zach Ertz, for Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey. He's awesome, but it's also the team's pretty good.
You look at Jaden sort of dictate where this ball is going to go and also distribute it to the right people. How excited do they need to be going into this week against the Cleveland Browns, who's going to play a ton of man on the outside with Emerson and Denzel?
Listen, that's how I know Jaden's probably going to dice the Browns up because they're going to be in man-to-man. That's no disrespect to the Browns, but Terry McLaurin, there's a reason he's eating the way he's eating right now. Not only because he has a good quarterback, but a quarterback that can get in the ball no matter what.
He's eating Happy Meals.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you're Washington, there's a guy in Las Vegas who, at least from what Adam Schefter said, the Las Vegas Raiders are taking calls on Devontae Adams. How do you see this playing out?
What happens if you have Devontae in the mix in Washington? Do they think they're that good? And they might come out of a game like this and say, we need one more piece, and we could be pretty scary on offense. So this is one that, you go play with him, he might want to play till he's 40.
I don't necessarily know that this is what he envisioned for himself in probably the twilight of the prime of his career. So I think this decision for him is going to be ultimately what certifies his legacy.
Yeah.
Is he one of those guys that had a great middle of his career and then fades into the sunset, or can there be some sort of rebirth? And all right, We talked enough offense and enough defense, but when we come back, Coach Belichick will take you deep into the special teams, and we'll figure out why so many punts have been blocked this year. Also, we come back with Ocho Predicto.
Block punt by C.J. Ham. Block on the ground. Picked up. Jonathan Owens. Welcome to Chicago.
Through 4 weeks of the season, there's been an epidemic of punt blocks. We are already at 5 in 4 weeks. And in 2023, there were only 6 punt blocked the entire season. At 5, we are tied for the most punt blocks through 4 weeks in an entire decade. Coach Belichick, being the head coach, you understood that football was a 3-phase game. Talk about what's going on with punt protection in the league right now.
Well, I think at this point in the season, a lot of these teams need to look at their punt protection. Some of it's the communication between the personal protector, the snapper, and the line of scrimmage, and some of it's just you got to block the guy.
Yeah. I played personal protector all the way through the Super Bowl into 2010, our second time. And I understood how vital this play was. One, because it was about field position. And as a defender, I didn't want short fields for the offense.
That's the way most defensive players feel about it. Like, we'll go out there and take care of the punt so we get good field position. This one the Colts ran in the first week of the season, and it's an overload with 4 players that are outside the guard. And so the protection team has to get a 4th guy over there, and they don't. They're 5 on 4 over here and 3 on 4 up on top. So that's bad math.
Also, too, Coach, with this, the personal protector has to have that conversation with the snapper. If the snapper is going to fade to his left, the personal protector has to work to his right to even the numbers.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think when you're, as you know better than I do, when you're playing on the road here in Indianapolis, you got crowd noise, communication. You mess this up, and it's very costly.
Yep.
So now when we move to week 3, this is the New Orleans Saints. We might have copied a little bit of what the Colts did in week 1. Coach Rizzi, Darren Rizzi at New Orleans, one of the best special teams coaches in the league, comes up with a rush very similar to the one that was successful for the Colts, and it pays off for them against the Eagles. They bring this overload rush over here, put these 4 guys out wide, 4 guys outside the guard, and this is J.T. Gray coming in off of the vice outside, number 48 here. Look, he's one of the best special teams players in the league. If you don't block anybody, if you block anybody, you should be blocking him. That's the guy. And there it is. It's all over.
Some of the great special teams we've seen. I remember I played with Sean Taylor. He was great on the kickoff team inside at the R5. And so when you can get your best players on the special teams, there's a reason why those guys start defensively and offensively, and it's because of their talent.
Sure, I played Lawrence Taylor, Gunner, with the Giants. He caused 2 fumbles in the playoffs against Philadelphia.
Hey, Coach,
he was up to same out there.
Hey, Coach, the last thing I want to see is LT lined up at the Gunner.
Henry comes up to handle. He's fumbled, and the Giants get the football. Lawrence Taylor comes right back downfield. Did you see he came down there and he came under control and waited for Henry to drop the ball?
I always like to use our best players, try to have them on one special team, except, of course, the quarterback. You can see Hightower from Alabama matched up against a tight end from Harvard.
It ain't a debate, Coach. If it's a football game, I'm going with the guy from Alabama.
I'm going with Alabama. And so you watch Hightower on this with just a power rush. I would say James Harrison power rush right there.
Yeah.
And then this is Van Noy. So here's 2 of our starting linebackers making a play that really ends up, being the difference in this particular game.
Yeah. Well, we're on a record-setting pace for punt blocks this season, and truly special teams have been unpredictable. And speaking of, Ocho, who's also unpredictable, will predict what happens this weekend.
I've been predicting right my entire life. If you go my way, I'm gonna be open. But you gonna kiss the baby today. Chad in the back of the end zone. Touchdown. Chad, I've been correct since day one.
Well, he was incorrect twice last week, as Ocho Predicto was 1-2, which brought him to 8-5 on the season.
That's a good number. 85 is a good number.
How do you stop 85?
It's like Ocho and Cinco.
Yeah.
I figured you'd like that.
Of course.
Okay, so here we go. We're going to start with Cleveland at Washington.
Ooh, listen, I like Mr. Schwartz. I like that Cleveland defense. But you talk about Jaden Daniels, a quarterback that has changed the franchise around. they're going to win. The score can be 28-21. But why they're going to win? Since week one, the Commanders have had 25 possessions and have scored on 20 of them. And you think that Brown defense is going to be able to do something with them? Absolutely.
No, I like about you, I like the fact that you now think that Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback playing in the pros from LSU. You got to watch him in person in Cincinnati, and you now know that he's better than Joe. And I like that you
got a little too much dip on your chip. The best quarterback from LSU is and will probably always be Joe Burrow.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
The Las Vegas Raiders at the Denver Broncos.
Listen, the Broncos are going to get Knicks, and I'm not talking about Bo. It's just going to happen. It's going to be like that. When we talk about the Raiders, we think of MMA, boxing, football players, penalties, flags flying. They've always been the most undisciplined team. But for some reason, Antonio Pierce has them very disciplined. Second least penalties in the NFL. The Raiders have won the last 8 in a row versus Denver. Raiders got this one.
Well, right now, Antonio Pierce does have this team focused, and they better be after losing a couple of weeks ago to Andy Dalton and the Carolina Panthers. Okay, for the last game, we're going to go with the Green Bay Packers at the Los Angeles Rams.
Listen, Green Bay, they have me. They have me last week. I'm not even sure I can say that. Can I say that?
Yeah, go ahead.
You can?
Yeah, this is 11.
Okay, cool. They beat me last week. But I'm picking them again. Why am I picking them? Because the Rams are total disarray right now. They can't stop the run. They have no Aaron Donald. They have injuries. Cooper Kupp is out. Puka Nacua is out. I have the Packers winning 32-14 and bouncing back after last week. Listen to me. You'll be 3-0 because I'm really wrong. Let's go.
But you've been wrong 5 times already, and you were wrong twice last week.
There's one person that turned water into wine, and I'm not him.
And when we come back, we'll have Coach Belichick's game plan where he takes you into the Texans, figuring out exactly what the Bills will do defensively. And before that, we stop by with James Harrison, my guy, my friend, and Chad's nemesis.
Attacking someone. I didn't want to injure him, but I wanted him to hurt and not be able to finish that game. They can play next week, but that was my objective every time I tried to tackle somebody.
He is looking like Superman.
And welcome back to our show. And the guest that you guys just saw intimidating people, saying that he wanted to hurt but not injured, was James Harrison, my friend and my teammate. James, welcome to Inside the NFL.
Thanks for having me on.
You were one of the most dominant outside backers, rushers in the league during your time. And now the Pittsburgh Steelers have a guy in TJ Watt who is very similar in his dominance. He goes up against the Dallas Cowboys this week. Tell me what it is about him that's going to make him so difficult for them to handle.
TJ has a pass move, a special like rush that he can do on his left side. To be honest with you, when he first got to Pittsburgh, they had him on the right side. That was when they were transitioning me out, and I'm like, I think y'all should move TJ to the left, man. I'm like, he got to move on his left side that he just can't do as well on his right. I'm like, I'm not trying to get in there. I'm just saying I can see it. And, finally the next year came and they moved him to his left. But TJ has speed, power. He has the whole gambit to do what is necessary. So you can't just worry about him being a pass rusher. He dominates in the running game, too.
Hey, James, you remember Christmas 2017?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was sitting there opening presents with my kids and families and everything, and I'm like, hey, I got to take this call. And they're like, come on, Dad, this is Christmas. I said, well, it's James Harrison. They can take that call. Can we get him? So, man, I didn't have you for long, but it's a lot of fun coaching. I learned a lot about power rushing, too. You're one of the best we've ever had.
Thank you, Coach. I really appreciate you giving me the chance to be there. And, the time I spent there, I really did enjoy myself.
James, it always just brings me back. You were supposed to be about family, and then you went to Cincy, you went to New England. It was like you were just picking the enemy. So this is why this highlight's good to me, because we're going to watch you versus Matt live, and it's going to make me feel a lot better about our friendship.
stripping sack by Harrison. Steelers have it. James Harrison makes another sack and strip.
The guy has one move and he beat me on 3 times.
Hey, Debo, that's 2008. We go down to New England and win that game. But there was a guy, he played in Cincinnati. I can't remember his name. It was something Latin, Ocho Cinco. But he's been talking a lot about how he was going to put hands on you. And I want you to watch a little bit of your interaction because he calls it asserting dominance.
Asserting dominance.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna kill your ass. I'm gonna kill your ass, man. I'm gonna kill your ass. We're gonna take your grill when it popped out at home. We're gonna take it.
You gotta go.
Huh?
Yeah, you see that? You saw that?
Hey, why you lip shaking like that? No good? No good? That's no good?
Oh,
How scared?
Yo, I don't even remember myself being that nice. Why?
Hello? You know why you're being that because you were intimidated and you were scared. That's why
Was
you're so nice.
they already started to find me by then?
Yeah, that was we had already started getting fined by that point.
That's what it was.
No.
That's what it was.
No, that's not what it was.
Yeah, otherwise, I'd have tried to put him to sleep.
Listen, if anybody going to sleep with you, you're lucky I didn't play in the damn trenches.
Hey man, if you would have played in the trenches, man, anywhere in the trenches, we would have had like way more fun.
So yeah, we would have had way more fun, but we can settle this off the field. Let's me and you have an exhibition fight.
Let's do it, MMA.
MMA, okay, no gloves and octagon. The weight don't matter. I don't care how big you are. I'm gonna just beat your ass.
Let's do it.
Okay,
Let's
Dad.
do it. No, bare knuckle.
Okay, I did make it easy on you.
Do you have term life insurance?
I don't even need insurance for him.
Okay.
Bill's my cut man.
And you know the first thing I'm doing, right?
I already know he gonna work out 6 times a day for that.
Whatever you want to do, you're gonna need more than 6 times to deal with this, boy.
At this point of the show, when Chad starts to sort of exaggerate, we'll call it, that's when we allow our guests to go and enjoy their day, man. We appreciate you joining us, fam.
Thank you, James.
Man, thank you for having me, man. I had a good
Thanks,
time.
James.
Good to see you. I'm still beat your ass.
I'll be there waiting with bells on.
As Chad prepares for his demise, we will bring you our football guy of the week. And Coach's game plan focuses on the Bills defense as they take on the Texans. But before we get to all that, we have our wire of the week with 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
Oh, my clones are 4-0. What's up? Like, what's up? Who wants that smoke? Hey, Chief, what's up?
I think he turned the corner and got it.
But he can flat out run.
It's Fred Tarkenton.
Same situation as last week, right?
Yeah.
Up 2 scores, obviously go down before halftime, but the game was, right? You get down the hall.
God. Go. I know what's up.
Maybe a stubbornly hanging around here. Money Slack goes a deep one. Jawan Jennings makes the catch and races in the Patriot territory.
Ball right on the money.
Wow. What a drive. Jets play the drive. Right back and throw to the end zone. Throw it up. Top ball. George went up and caught the ball. Touchdown!
Great job, Lucas. Keep going. Great job. Come on.
Welcome back to America's favorite segment, Football Guy. And here's Keon White wearing the Bill Belichick NFL Films hoodie for being elected the football guy.
He looks
and this
thrilled.
is also Keon White smiling.
He looks thrilled. This is
He is excited to not only be the winner of our Football Guy segment, but to also get the hoodie. Now, here are some of our previous winners. We have Jawan Jennings, Keon White, Blake Cashman, and last week's winner, offensive line coach of the Green Bay Packers, Luke Butkus. And he's so much of a football guy that he refused to take a picture in that hoodie because football guys don't take pictures. I don't really believe that's true. I love taking pictures, so I don't believe that. Coach, you wanted to give us one of your all-time football guys.
We looked at the punt protection earlier, and that was the problem. One of the guys that really changed the punting game was Steve Diassi. When Steve Diassi came into the game, he was one of the few snappers that could snap and block, which allowed the punt team to split guys out instead of always being in a tight punt like they were for most time previously against any type of rush. Now, Steve also played linebacker. Now we have guys that are long snappers only, or I play linebacker. Steve did it both. Steve passed this along to his son, Zach, who played for the Giants for 13 years. Now, Zach was my ball boy in 2000 at the New England Patriots.
That's cool.
So that was a pretty good ball boy. This is a football guy that grew another football guy that played defense and snap, Steve Diassi.
I mean, who knew that long snapping was a genetic trait that you could pass down? I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you're gonna be able to long snap. Okay, Chad. Coach keeps giving you sort of these pity wins like we got last week, so you get to go first.
None of my wins have been pity. It's been true facts. And again, this week we have a true fact. So I'm going to ask you guys, class, what's the most important offensive group position on the field?
Offensive line.
Thank you. So this week I'm going with Dominic Pooney. Dominic Pooney. Listen, he's a right guard, rookie, third-round pick from Kansas. He's a day one star. He's played every damn snap, okay? He's dominant in the run blocking. And guess how many pass pressures he let up? Guess how many?
You tell us.
You tell us.
0.
Do you think he's Italian?
Huh? Yeah.
Do you think he's Italian?
Dominic Pooney.
I don't think that's how you say his name.
That's how I'm saying it.
Okay.
That's why we're
He's not going to
They found another one there.
He's not going to win. Okay. Here we're going to go. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. We're going to go with Patrick Ricard. You know why? Because this is a football guy. We're talking about a dude that was a defensive end at the University of Maine. And just to play football. And when they were like, no, you can't play defensive end in the league. So he moved to fullback. On 5 rushing touchdowns this year, this dude's been on the field. Oh, last week, Derrick Henry fumbles. Who picks it up? Patrick Ricard. This is a dude that is a football guy, a 300-pound fullback. You have to love him in America. He shows that it's not about how you look. It's not about your BPI. It's about your effectiveness when it comes to the run game. The BMI.
The PPI.
It's the BMI.
I don't know what it is. Whatever it is where your body fat and your muscle contains, and then they put the blocker in the game and you go 12 personnel and he plays tight end and then he can play fullback too.
Well, he's not going to win this week. Okay. Because I got a guy who played 2 positions in college. He played a completely different position in the pros. And now he's the leader of the number 3 scoring defense in the NFL. Number 3 on third down. He's a humble man. The Broncos fired him. He said, I'll come back and work for the Broncos. And Dolphins dropped 70 on him. You know what? I'll fix it. He's getting guys I've never heard of to play like scalded dogs, man.
Yeah.
Watch that goal line stand this week against the Jets.
Hall cannot get there. Denver denies him.
This is my football guy, man.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you said I was going to like him, why did you say that?
Because you like coaching, man. You had Joe Wick Jr. week 1. I thought I'd go coaching. And it's hard to poke holes in this.
Can I tell you why I like him?
Why you like him?
He went to Archbishop Shaw High School. Archbishop Shaw has 1 state championship, 1987. Vance Joseph was the quarterback of that team. He is a living legend of my high school.
Hey, come on. I didn't mean to do that.
Hey, if he wins,
We're coming
I have,
right?
I have no words.
Hey, Vance. Those guys, man.
So you got your vote.
Yeah, he got my vote, Coach. I'm not even going to lie.
What about Dominic Pooney?
Yeah, we didn't go to Archbishop Shaw. We didn't have a lot of Italians.
Still watching Goodfellas, Godfather.
Well, look, I got a lot of respect for Dominic.
Yeah.
I really do. It's just not enough.
It's too early to be a
It's just
football
not enough.
guy. You can't be
He's a rookie, not enough. Maybe later in the year. I love Vance. I love Vance. Not as much as I love Ricard. This guy is the offense runs behind him and through him. I love his toughness. I love his attitude. He's from Maine. He's the football dude. Give me Ricard.
Not going to trick me in these boots. These boots were made for walking. And that's just what I'll do.
Because one of these days, Patrick Ricard is going to walk all over you.
Hey, that's a good one.
We're going to put this up right here. Oh, wait, get a little higher. I'm the winner. And when we come back, the greatest coach of all time, 8-time Super Bowl champion, Bill Belichick, brings you the game plan for the Texans versus the Bills.
This football guy segment's got like you're in the AFC North again, bro. Like, you're hyped, bro. Hey. Good for you, dude.
I told you I was gonna throw it off.
It's go time. First down, Texans from the unit 31. Stroud gets the snap, winds away from pressure to his left. CJ's going to carry the ball 35-40. Out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Stroud throws downfield. Got a man Nico left side 30. Brought down the 27-yard line. CJ rolls out to the right, throws to the end zone. It's Norway! And the Texans score! You put the ball in your best player's hands, and he delivers in the clutch.
CJ, great job with leaders. That's how she look every single time. Proud of your boy, man. Proud of you.
It's time for the game plan with Bill Belichick, brought to you by Infinity. Last week, the Houston Texans got a win over the Jaguars with a great drive engineered by C.J. Stroud. And this week, they play the Buffalo Bills, and that's a defense that our very own Coach Belichick is extremely familiar with.
Right. Well, Coach McDermott's done a good job with this defense ever since he got to Buffalo. What I like to refer to this defense as is a spin the wheel defense.
4th and 2. All right, let's go.
There's no way that we can predict what McDermott's going to call. We just don't know.
Hit him in the huddle. You got to know the situation now. Talk about the situation.
They have a lot of variety in what they do. They're going to do a great job of disguising the linebackers. And the corner's going to move on and off the outside receivers. We're just not going to know what it is until after the snap. Chad, the most important person for the offensive players to know is
defensive coordinator.
Defensive play caller. Defensive, and I'm going to let you. I want you to be the defensive play caller for me. Yeah, you.
Oh,
okay. Right over here. Right over here. And all you have to do is spin the wheel.
Okay.
Because I don't care what the call is, it's going to be random. And today I present to you Vanna Black.
I got a mic too. I got a mic.
All right. The blue calls are the early down calls, and the red calls will be the third down calls. So let's spin the wheel and see what we come up with.
Over W66 cloud drop.
So we're going to be in an over front. We're going to bring the will linebacker. Mm-hmm. We're going to rotate to the weak side. Mm-hmm. It'll be a cloud rotation into the corner, and the end will drop.
I love dropping, Coach. Remember we dropped 9 against the Jets in 2016?
I do. I know all defensive ends love to drop. But look what it creates. It creates a one-on-one, okay, with the linebacker right in the middle of the pocket. Here comes the edge rush, and there's the sack. Good rush here by Epenez off the edge.
Coach, what's great about this, too, is it's a 4-man rush that presents as a blitz.
Right.
You know, so you're confusing the offensive line, and then you get to play full zone coverage behind it.
It's just so hard to recognize this defense until after the snap. Then you know what they're doing. But if you try to guess with them before the snap, you're just going to guess wrong a lot. Chad?
Yes.
Spin the wheel.
You don't spin the wheel like somebody that could beat up James Harrison.
Over 33 buzz.
All right, thank you. So we're in over 33, which is a strong side rotation, buzz. And so the rotation now will come with the safety down inside of the nickel player. All right, and when we rotate down here, then, Ryan, that means the linebackers have to go where?
Because they have to slide away in order to create space for DeMar Hamlin to be in the hook.
That's right. So they've got to move out of the way, create this hole so the safety can drop in it. And now we have a 4-man rush, Chris, so we can go and tee off on the quarterback. But look at the linebackers here the quarterback looks right at the receiver, the linebacker jumps him. So, when the quarterbacks stare down these guys or turn right at who they're throwing to and don't look the defense off, these zone players are all over him. And so if he throws it, it's an interception. Mac pulls it down, but he doesn't put it away, gets strip sacked, and we got a big turnover for Buffalo.
He had to bend his legs, Chris.
For the tackle? Oh, 99. Yeah, I'm scoring.
No, but you're athletic, though.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's not, but in the moment, he was.
Skinny Chris or thick Chris that got drafted?
I don't know. That's honestly the one in the middle, probably. I do have a great touchdown. Thank you, Robert Quinn.
Chad, what is your microphone plugged into?
Huh?
What is your microphone plugged into for it to work?
Wi-Fi.
Bluetooth. It's Bluetooth.
Spin the wheel, man.
Spin the wheel. Give me something to call here. That's it. Give it a good spin.
Oh, Overstar 33 drop. I don't want to break the wheel.
Okay.
Ryan, this is something that you and Troy did a great job of. Drove us crazy trying to pre-snap read this. But here's the safety wrap down here. Looks like he's blitzing, right?
Yeah, Coach. I mean, look how difficult this must be for the offensive line. You have 7 guys from the center over to one side of the field. So obviously you're going to think the blitz is coming there, and there's a guy that's already covering down.
Right. And so here comes the slide from the line. The back's over here. But now, he bails. Hamlin comes down, and we blitz from over here.
Yeah.
Now we got pressure right in the middle of the pocket. Ryan, you play quarterback. What are we doing here?
Coach, that's called the whirly bird.
I don't like that.
Dizzy
Hey,
guy.
I don't like that.
I want to say Sam Darnold, when he saw Ghost, was very similar to this, what we've seen from Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I think, look, Stroud just got to stand in there, see the under pattern, and hit the crosser and let it go. Just spinning around in the pocket, I don't like that. I don't think that's a good way to play Buffalo's defense.
Coach, this is also what the disguise allows you to do, though. Like when the quarterback has to figure this out in his drop, a lot of times you get this reaction.
Absolutely. Okay, 1st and 10. Let's spin the wheel, Chad. See what we got.
Yeah.
See something different. Just keep spinning it.
Even C, 66 buzz.
Dolphins trying to catch them off guard, going with a quick count.
Oh, you got.
I don't know. They might have caught themselves.
Yeah,
That's it, Oliver.
It's just that
Hey, 65 pad level, don't look ready.
he doesn't look ready, but when Ed Oliver checks whoop ass out. That's all that is. It's like, well, in this situation, I got to take over. And he does.
Come on, you got to man up. Come on, 65.
Oh, the ball snap. I'm just gonna
You are not supposed to be running that way, sir.
I'm going to win with leverage.
That is not the way you're supposed to run.
Goodness gracious. That's a forklift right there.
You got to have some type of pride.
This guy can ruin the
Pride
game now.
issue there.
So for this week, it's going to be really important that everybody does their job. Don't make up your mind on what it's going to be, because what you see before the snap is not what it's going to be after the snap. They'll change it up. We got to have great communication. We're playing at home. Texans should have a good opportunity, but Stroud's going to have to make some good decisions. This will be a big test for him.
Yeah, this would be a big test. And thank you guys for joining us, and enjoy this weekend of football. We'll be right back here from NFL Films, only on the CW, Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern. But even in the house that Steve Sable built, some things are more important than football.
Through my podcast, Greenlight, we're supporting and helping raise funds to assist people affected by Hurricane Helene. For more information on how to help, please reach out. Check out Team Rubicon or redcross.org/NFL. There's a lot of people who need our help. We're thinking about you and want to do something to help.
Thoughts and prayers for all those that were affected by the hurricane. We'll see you guys next week.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy. From our melty oven-baked pastas to our new 5-cheese mac and cheese. And for a limited time, Domino's Rewards members can try our new mac and cheese for half off points.
This week on Inside the NFL, we have Caleb Williams mic'd up. Coach Belichick's game plan previews the Ravens and Commanders.
Gotta respect his speed. He is fast.
We reveal the football guy of the week.
People don't want to hit this guy. He's a glass eater, and he's my football guy.
And you know we're talking Jets, Jets.
They look bad, man. They look bad. But this isn't proof. If this isn't proof of what can be done, when a bunch of guys believe and keep believing and don't stop believing and fight and keep fighting and don't stop fighting.
Welcome to Inside the NFL, brought to you by Infinity, where we all stopped fighting a long time ago. I'm your host, RC. I'm here with the bolo tie wearing Chris Long. Also, my guy, Ocho Cinco, Chad Johnson, an 8-time Super Bowl champion, greatest coach of all time, and our coach, Bill Belichick. How do you feel? You just got to see the Ravens talk about it look bad, but they still found a way to win in Cincinnati.
Well, actually, I think we beat ourselves. And after that win, knowing that we're in a hole the way we are, if we lose another game, right, I'm telling you, I'm taking my stripes off my own personal helmet and I'm putting them away.
I think they're going a little rotten. I think they're going to be okay.
They have some games that are very
Yeah, they can win these games. But at the end of the game, they got to be aggressive. Leave it up to the kicker.
Yeah.
You're going to lose that game.
Can somebody answer for me as a coach? In overtime, what was winning for you throughout the first 4 quarters was throwing the ball. Why do you get to overtime and play vanilla and run it 3 times in a row instead of running the same offense and putting the ball in your $250 million quarterback's hands?
Well, certainly the Ravens had a lot of trouble stopping the Cincinnati passing game. And it seemed like every time they handed the ball off, I think I saw the Ravens bench cheering.
Absolutely, we ain't got to cover Jamar and T. Yesterday's big news was Robert Saleh, the former head coach of the New York Jets, losing his job. Coach, what was your reaction upon hearing this news?
Well, I think I said last week, ready, fire, aim. So this will be part 2 of that.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of problems at the Jets besides the head coach. You look at Todd Bowles down at Tampa. He's a pretty good coach that they keep. And Adam Gase. And look, they've only won a third of their games over the last decade. So there's a lot of problems. Personnel, the organization, lack of leadership. We can blame it on the coach, but Robert was a good coach. That's why they hired him. I'd say they got a lot of issues to address.
The hard part for me is the timing is strange.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers spoke on Pat McAfee early on today, and he said, I had nothing to do with this. People think I have more control or more power than I truly do. The conversation I had with Woody Johnson on Monday night was about my ankle. I've been around a ton of great players and a ton of players who mean a lot to an organization. I don't know many owners that have called players, whether they play quarterback, safety, whatever position, to talk about a low ankle sprain, right? When you have those conversations, I think sometimes they're deeper. And we're talking about one of the biggest conspiracy theorists, right, in football. And he wants us to not
take this at face value.
Yeah, they want us
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, they want us to not. And so I think the hard part for me is you have Robert Saleh as the head coach. He now has an opportunity with Aaron Rodgers. They've been saying they were a quarterback away, but the quarterback's actually not playing well. The offense is not doing what they're supposed to do. And now the coach gets fired.
Listen, there was a huge disconnect. You can see from mannerisms, body language between Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers. We know you had something to do with the firing him. Why not just come out and say it? We already know.
It's a situation at the end of the day where Aaron Rodgers makes the bed and Saleh has to sleep in it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just not fair. Like him getting fired eventually if they're not performing well. I mean, that's the way the NFL goes. But I got a lot of respect for Robert Saleh. He's a good football coach. He'll land on his feet.
I think I want to paint this picture for the people watching. Robert Saleh's last game with the New York Jets is going to be them having the ball, 2 minutes to go, down 6, with one of the best quarterbacks to have ever played the game. And I think if you're Robert Saleh, you would take that against an undefeated team, feeling like Aaron Rodgers is good enough to make those plays. He gets a ball tipped. He misses Garrett Wilson by a mile on what should be a touchdown and a sort of second play opportunity. And then you throw an inside fade to a guy, and Stephon Gilmore picks it off. And the next week, the coach is gone. And so I think there is some accountability that should be had all all over the place, but when you start to hear that Nathaniel Hackett may have been on the chopping block, and now all of a sudden the head coach is escorted out of the building, it seems like there's more going on inside the New York Jets organization than we know.
And can I say something like when you see Peyton Manning stick the landing on Act 2, when you see Tom Brady stick the landing on Act 2, it's not just like these guys come in and save the day. Like you have to have an organization around the player. It's not like because Aaron Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks to ever play, and he is, that he can just walk into a situation where they can't run the football, they can't protect. And you just think he's going to be this panacea for an organization. That's not always the case. You have to build around this move.
I think the other thing is too, going forward, it's like, okay, now let's see what you do. Right? Because apparently or supposedly we got the problem out of the door in firing Robert Saleh. Aaron Rodgers,
It's far from that.
Exactly. Like, and so
Far from that.
yeah, and then that's going to be the thing, right, Coach? I feel like all eyes have to go on number 8 now, even more so than they were before this firing. People are going to feel, whether it's true or not, that this is what Aaron Rodgers wanted.
Yeah.
Well, from one future Hall of Fame quarterback who's on 2 decades of playing the position to a quarterback that's going to make his first start in the AFC East, and that's Drake May. Gerard Mayo announcing that Jacoby Brissett will be benched now and the Drake May era will start. What do you think about making that move right now, Chris?
I don't know why you make it right now. I was looking at the numbers. New England has been terrible protecting the quarterback.
Yes.
And when you start the season, you say, hey, we're doing this for the future. What changed in 5 weeks? What about this is more attractive to run this kid out into the context of your football team? Jacoby Brissett was like his Kevin Costner, and he's Whitney Houston. Like, now Kevin Costner's bodyguard. He's the last line of defense, and now this kid is like, they put him in for what, Coach? A couple plays the other night, he got sacked like 3 times or hit 3
Against the Jets, yeah.
Why do you think the Patriots made the move now?
Ready, fire.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part, right? You look at around the league, Bo Nix has a winning record. Caleb Williams has a winning record. And obviously, Jaden Daniels has catapulted himself into the MVP conversation. And maybe the New England Patriots are looking for that spark. But we've seen these other organizations are built to help young quarterbacks develop. Are the New England Patriots built that way?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. The era starts now in New England. Mayo and May, has a nice ring to it. But when we come back, we'll look at some of Week 6 best matchups, and we will finish the show with Coach Bill Belichick's game plan for the Ravens defense versus the very young and very good Jaden Daniels. Welcome back to Inside the NFL, and Week 6 is full of great matchups, and Chris is going to start you with one that's a bitter rivalry.
I turned my card in so quick when y'all didn't pick these 2 guys, Marshall Lattimore, Mike Evans. I think they call it on site. Take a look.
You gotta know to be the best in the game right here. You gotta know.
Marshall Lattimore wants to get up in Mike Evans' face and challenge him to be physical. That's his brand. And it seems to be able to handle Mike Evans. This pot's been boiling the entire game. You've seen Lattimore up in Evans' face the entire day.
Lattimore and Evans, they really don't like each other. They've had issues in the past. Oh, Winston. Oh, that's not good.
So that's a composure.
And then Evans comes over out of nowhere and just slams Lattimore to the deck.
It's not often we see that in the league, Chris.
This is unbelievable. And the best part about this, you play a guy, you'd be like, I got to see him later. I'm going to see you in a month. That's the best thing about a division rivalry. We had a couple of those, but I just think this is unbelievable. Like watching them play, this is pure hatred. And we were talking about it off camera. Like,
I like it.
I don't like hate, but I kind of like.
I don't like hate, but for me, the entertainment, the value it brings to the game is seeing 2 players that really don't like each other. 2, not just anybody. We talk about really good players that can really go. And watching that matchup, because it's gonna be man to man, safety in the middle of the field, mano a mano. I can't wait. I'm excited. I got chills.
Lattimore's gotten the better of him statistically. 2.6 receptions for 45.4 yards a game. The last 7 matchups. It's a great matchup no matter what.
Well, let's don't forget, the object of the game is to win. Personal fouls, 15-yard penalties, and all that don't help your team win. So be aggressive, play tough. don't get personal foul penalties or get kicked out of the game.
You're raining on our parade here, Coach. We want to see some hate. We want to see some extra. You're right, though. You're right. You got to control yourself.
So for me, it's going to be Brock Purdy versus the Seattle Seahawks and Mike McDonald's defense. Brock Purdy coming off of a week against the Arizona Cardinals, where that game ends with 2 interceptions in the second half. He had 1 sack, bro, where he held the football for 11 seconds. And now you put your team in 3rd and 23 when you know you don't have a field goal kicker. And so I feel like Brock is trying to do a little bit too much. In the last 2 weeks, we've seen both Jared Goff and Daniel Jones play extremely well against the Seattle Seahawks. Which team is going to figure out a little bit something about themselves and play well this week? Coach, who do you have this week in your matchup?
Well, I've got Coach Witt, the defensive coordinator from the Commanders, your guy.
My guy, Coach.
Against the Ravens. So we have a very close rivalry here. It's a bus trip.
Yeah.
But I think when the Commanders take a look at the Ravens, they got to look back a couple weeks ago to the Cowboy game. Henry, 150 yards rushing. Lamar, 90 yards rushing. Overall, they just got killed in the running game. I'm sure that the Ravens will have some of those same type plays cooked up against Washington's defense, which is very similar to what they did against Dallas. Washington's got to be ready for that.
For me, my matchup is Aaron Glenn and CeeDee Lamb. I think that's going to be a good one.
So my question is this, though. It seems like CeeDee Lamb isn't the matchup. You go back to last week, Jalen Tolbert becomes the guy, catches the football late in the second half. He's the guy that gets the touchdown. We see sort of the interaction between CD and Dak on the sideline after the second quarter interception. Chad, what is it like when you are a star wide receiver?
Where are you?
And you have a little bit of a riff?
I'm still at work. Well, I'm getting sort of hungry again. I don't know.
Okay, I'll bring you something.
Okay, well, I don't even know what kind of restaurants are there around there. Well, I know there's Wendy's, but I don't know if Wendy's is open.
I'm not sure if it'll be open.
Okay, well,
I'll get you something, okay?
well, I wouldn't mind if I get like a. I'm thinking, it's hard because there's so many places.
Well, why don't you just think about it and text me, okay? Because I'm working right now, okay?
Well, I was wondering if I could get to, I know what Mickey D's again now.
Okay, but William, did you hear me? Just think about it and then text me what you, after you do it.
Wait, I know what I want.
What?
I want, it's easy. I want Taco Bell again. You know how before you got me 2 burritos with beef and rice?
Yeah.
And just this time, I was wondering if you could ask if you could just let them put jalapeno sauce in, because there wasn't any last time. Okay, and I want to drink it, please, and thank you.
Okay, I love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Not only of this week, but in history. And we finish with Ocho Predicto. Can Chad be right once again? Am I ever wrong? Last week, Coach Belichick took us through all the punt blocks that we've been seeing this season at a historic rate. And just this weekend, there were 6 total kicks blocked. There were 4 field goals, 1 extra point, and 1 punt. He's going to take us through the evolution of the field goal block and how the New York Giants made a huge play against the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, Ryan, let's start with this field goal block from 1960.
thinking, is it?
The wait for the Nintendo Switch to reveal has become exasperating for many. And perhaps that's somewhat why, whenever we see a new rumor or potential leak circulate about this console, many shirk them off, even when there appears to be some level of credence or corroboration. But with these most recent Nintendo-related leaks, when I think you take a closer look and you consider all of the different factors, there's actually a lot here that is pretty compelling that I do think gives us some very good indication about the console, what it's about, and perhaps more than a lot of you may be thinking. So that's what we're getting into today on Andre's Restart. And now here's a brief message about today's sponsor. Snaxy is the ultimate Android gaming mobile app where you can earn incredible rewards from over 100,000 options while playing your favorite mobile games. And it also helps publishers acquire new users. Every gaming session with Snaxy is rewarding, with over 100,000 items like gift cards, game skins, and in-game coins. Integrate Snaxy into your routine for non-stop gaming, personalized recommendations, generous rewards, and frequent content updates. For more on the Snaxy app, check out the link in the description below. Hello everyone, this is Andre's Restart, and let's jump right into things. So there are two different leaks that have happened that are leading to more implications on other things. So the first one we're going to cover here has to do with the giant Pokemon Giga Leak. Now we've already talked about from the Giga Leak how there is this code name for Nintendo Switch 2, Ounce. But that's not what we're talking about today. Something even newer has surfaced, and at first glance, you might think, oh, this is just about Switch 1, but when you start to think about it a little bit more, it starts to get very, very curious. So I'm going to have to blur out some of the imagery here because, well, this is a leak of a Pokemon project that may still see the light of day. It's codenamed Rodeo, or perhaps that project was canceled, and then there was a bit of a shift and was started up again as Project Synapse. So I'm treading lightly here. The actual concept art, even the footage we've seen on this, I'll have a link in the description below if you want to see more information if it's still out there, is very, very interesting. But there's some information that came with this Pokemon leak that shows an actual document of how the controls would work for this game. And what's interesting about this internal documentation is that it shows a Switch controller. This is being talked about being in development for the Nintendo Switch and also mobile. So it's kind of like something similar to Pokemon Unite, but still entirely different, and it looks a lot cooler. But the point is, this document shows the Switch UI, but also shows colored buttons. Yep, we're going back to it, the colored button theory. This seems to be fueling that theory. So for those who are unfamiliar, the basic idea is that throughout the entire Switch era, at least for like the first 6 years, there were no instances of any kind of colored buttons and any sort of UIs for any Switch games. But starting in 2023, we started to see some third-party games have colored buttons. And what was weird about this is that some of these third-party games would be on PlayStation and wouldn't have the colored buttons. But what made this even weirder is it wasn't just the occasional third-party game, but also a couple first-party games. We saw it in Super Mario RPG and Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Of course, we still haven't seen any official reveal about the Switch 2 yet, nothing's been proven about this theory, and some have speculated that perhaps the reason why we've seen the colored buttons is simply because this is a new stance they're taking for the Mario RPG games, and not so much a hint towards colored buttons being for Switch 2. And some even wonder why it would even make sense to add colored buttons. Well, think about it. If we're getting a direct sequel to the Switch, where the Switch 2 is going to look a lot like the Switch, be very similar, just improved upon, Nintendo's likely going to want to think of ways to help the console stand apart from its predecessor. And one way to do that is by changing how the buttons look. So if they're essentially the same, if you change the colors, that will help it to stand out. But there's also a practical reason to go back to colored buttons, because this is something Nintendo's done in the past. They did it with Super Famicom, and they've also done it with
You didn't remember your resume this time, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. I forgot twice.
So you going to secretary?
Yeah.
Wait, legit?
You mean in real life?
Yeah.
Hell no. He's just.
Oh, why did you?
He's going to answer the door for me. So as well.
No, but is he legitimately your secretary?
Right now he is, yes. So don't give him any lip because he's going to tell me not to hire him.
No, like in real life, is he your secretary? Like now?
For this little reenactment, yes, he is.
Come on.
Secretary, man, I work there. Yeah. I don't leave him.
You got to be outside, knock on the door. He's going to be going to apply.
But he works for me.
But he's not going to apply for a job with you. You can't take somebody else with you to go apply for a
Corn,
job.
why the fuck did you get this job when you already have a job with me? We make videos, dude.
Well,
what's that? Well,
you let's do this reenactment. Who's going to be in here as the secretary?
all right. Well, you have a cat in your office.
Yeah, she looks like she's died.
He's the boss. He's allowed to have whatever he wants.
Counterboy, bitch shop or shop bitch. Jesse, you can't write that down on a resume.
It shows that I can be pushed around. And
Yeah, but you don't want to write that word down. Just say,
bitch.
No, you want to write down whatever.
I shouldn't
your
even
job,
just said it.
whatever your job, whatever your job was there. 100,000 game score. Who the hell cares?
Who the hell cares? Do you know how many games that is? Do you know how long it took me? Like 6 years.
They asked me to do something. I put my mind to it. I do it.
I have blue eyes. I have blue eyes.
Nobody cares if you have blue eyes. Well, I mean, some people might care, but not somebody that's going to hire you for a job unless you're.
What should I say there? What should I say there? And I don't give up. I don't ever give up. And I will continue doing what I love to do until I die. I will not stop doing what I want to do.
You should have left it at where you were.
I will never give up.
Okay.
Ever.
There you go.
And now I'm giving up.
Don't.
And now I'm giving up because my dad wants me to do this, and
No, don't get into all that.
I think I'm funny. I think I'm funny accidentally. Yeah, you can do that. Basketball, I have my dick's like 3 inches long. I wish it was bigger.
Who the hell says that? You don't say that in an interview. That's just ridiculous. You can't say that. Oh my goodness. Just like I said, simple answers, right? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Dead.
What?
Probably dead.
That's what you're going to tell somebody who's interviewing you? I'm going to probably be dead in 5
this job, I will be dead in 2 weeks.
You can't say that. If somebody says to you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? You can't tell them I see myself dead. Why the hell would I want to hire you? You're going to be dead in 5 years. You're not going to help my business in 5 years.
I thought you laughed. We're going on tour. We're going on tour. Yeah, we're going on tour right now. We're on tour. Wait, yo, he's legit coming after us, sir? Yo, we out. We've had fun. I'm scared now. I'm starting to realize what I'm doing, and it's not a good idea. I'm just going to park it and act like nothing happened. Nothing happened. You're fired. Where do you start? You're fired. What are you? Huh? What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? One rule. I told you we don't have a lot of rules around here. Don't touch the four-wheeler.
What do you mean? It's right there. It's sitting right there.
I'm not afraid. You got to call Larry.
Oh, we're just trying to have fun.
Is this what you do with all your jobs?
I mean, your dog almost mauled me, so I was like, you know what? How about I just take his four-wheeler for a ride? You know?
Like kind of call it even?
Yeah.
Well, I'll let it go this time. To show you what kind of guy I am.
Think you feel young again?
I'll get you Hartville.
Oh, fuck me. I'm fucked. I'm totally fucked right now, aren't I? He'll never know.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
What are you doing?
Ah. Ah. Mom, I just saw the white grocery item. I just saw it on a grocery item. Just beware. I know it sounds weird, but I do this. What I do, I know it's weird. What I do is Grandma gets Italian bread, right? She gets Italian bread, right, Mom?
Yeah.
And then I know it sounds weird, but what I do is, like Olive Garden, you know how you get like Italian dressing, right?
Yeah, William, listen.
What I do is I
William,
smother it with the dressing. So
I know, but William, you need to listen to me. I'm working right now.
I'm really sorry. I just didn't know if you knew that about me, but now you know.
If you want to text, you need to text this stuff.
I'm sorry. I was just wondering if you could get it sometime. Like,
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm going now. Goodbye. Love you. Jesus Christ. My God, dumbass.
Hello?
I just called Mom, and I told her that I like to just put Italian dressing on Italian bread. And she got mad at me. And which I get it. She's working. I can't be calling her at work. But my God, all I did, because she didn't know this, I just was telling her what you used to do. You used to get Italian bread. And I said, I know it's weird. But I'm honestly, it's good. I know it sounds weird, but all I did was try to tell her I put Italian dressing on bread. I know it's weird, but it is good though. You don't understand.
Remember, you have to text her. You can't call her.
I know, but I know you think it's weird when I was there. But it is good when you put Italian dressing on bread though. I know it's weird. But it is good. You don't understand.
It's kind of gross.
I know, but I don't know if you knew this. Today was the OLED. You don't know the origin story. I want to get ancestry sometime. Like Grandpa did to see where my name comes from. Because you don't know the name Viola. I think it comes from Italian Italy.
I don't know.
It's a beautiful name, though. So, who says it doesn't come from Italy, Italian?
I don't know.
Which makes sense why I like Italian dressing so much. But I don't even, you said when it goes on the show, I want to take my DNA test like Grandpa.
Yeah.
Do you think we could do that?
You have to get it for Christmas. It'd be one of your Christmas presents.
I don't know because you say I'm already getting the iPod Touch now.
Yeah.
So how can they get both?
I don't know. Maybe Grammy get you that.
Whoa. Gravity can give me the DNA, and you can give me the iPod Touch.
Well, we'll see. Don't call your mom at work though, unless it's an emergency.
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
Just text her if you want something like that. Because if the phone rings, she's going to think something's wrong.
Yeah.
Did you see that your Joy-Cons are going to come Thursday instead of 11 days from now?
Yeah. This Thursday?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be good. Did you get your fingernail clippers today?
I don't know yet.
Oh, she didn't get the mail yet?
No.
Okay, what time's she coming home?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'll just talk to you in the morning then.
Okay.
Don't call me real early in case I sleep in.
Okay.
All right, I love you.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
Finding someone that understands. What is up, guys? Zach Scott here, playing Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. This game just came out today, and I'm going to be playing it for you guys live. Welcome to the stream, by the way, if you are watching live. If not, leave a comment. Please subscribe. We are well over 5 million subscribers. Thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it. This game is going to be kind of a game focused a lot on speed running, and we're going to see how I do with that, because typically I'm not a great speed runner. But I am interested to see what they've done with this game. This is relatively a cheap game compared to the other games they came out with, and we'll see how many episodes we get out of this. Maybe this is the only one. Who knows? But thank you guys so much for being here, and let's just jump right into one-player mode. Let's see what it has to say. Between the late 80s and early 90s, NES championships were held all across the world. The obstacle of visiting the venues in person may have made it difficult for many of you to see these spectacles firsthand, and some of you face an even greater obstacle: not yet being born. That is a big obstacle to try to overcome. Welcome, guys. I am a little bit under the weather recording this, by the way. Check this out. You can get shirts like this at ZachScott.shop. You can follow me on Discord, join my server, Zach Scott Games, on X and Instagram. Zach Scott's my name's there. And yeah, so this looks pretty cool. I got a cool setup. Everyone here before, as you can see down below me, are people who have recently became members or left super chats, or who have just showcased how long they've been members. So welcome each and every one of you. Whether or not you're a member or not, subscriber or not, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I do recommend you subscribe, though. So let's jump in. And this is why we brought the championships to you. Now you can experience some real competition against players from around the world. This is Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. And that makes me wonder, are they eventually going to come out with like a Super Nintendo Edition? I don't even know. But choose a player icon. This will appear alongside your nickname. You can use coins to get more from playing. A whole lot more, okay? Makes sense. Makes sense. Hello, members. Hello. Lena's here in the chat. Welcome. So let's just go. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so I can choose either for Mario or Zelda or Metroid. I could be Samus. This is Mario's butt. This is Mario's butt. That's the one I have to have. Hype tag. Okay.